Hey, pre-notification gang. Yep, fresh out of the shower. Fuck yeah. Day's been alright. I know Martin Cabello. Not personally, but of course I know of him. YouTube night again? What do you mean? It's been about a week since the last YouTube night. Thanks to resub Lair Bear. Hey Jake. Yep, I played VR. Just makes me very sick. The movement makes me very sick. Thanks to Prime True Buckethead. Thanks to the Prime Hokage. And the Tier 1 Gumbo Shrimp. Oh, thank you for the 10 gift subs, TPG. God damn, man, thank you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for the gift sub spice, or the gift sub Mafluto, and the resub Spicy Quaid. And resub LJ. I did not see Magnus's Bong Cloud against Hikaru. I'm sure it went well, though. Thanks for the bits, Cammond. Thanks for the Tier 1 Cheese Puns and the Tier 1 Communist Boomstick and the Prime Pyrex and resub Louis. And gift sub Gumbo. Ultra Mind Control Alternate Personalities. I love the title of that already. There we go. Thanks for the 5 gift subs, Chef B. Redi. Thanks for the 5 gift subs, Chef. Sorry, I'm gonna fuck your name up. Thanks to the Tier 1 Lumpy Pickle, Tier 1 Doing It for Science, Tier 1 Pinguino Man, and resub Wolfles, Spork, Miko, and the 3 gift subs, Telliest, and Dustin. Huff Paint. Nah, man. Thanks to the resub Longwood. And the Tier 1 Outcast Maddie, and the bits Condoran. React to Fortnite Season 6. You are in the wrong place. The fuck do you mean react to Fortnite Season 6? Thanks to the bit, Sarah. And thanks to the bits, Wine Milk. Yeah, we're gonna go through some of the classics tonight. Darman and Vid Chronicles probably don't have anything new in the last week, at least not enough, so we'll wait on those two, but there's still some others that I'd like to check in on, like Court Cam and shit. Thanks to Tier 1 Silhouette and resub Jackalope. Don't know what that means, Chop, but I hope that hope that's a good thing. These are the tier 1 clean footwear. Yeah, I know what llamas with hats is, man. That's albino black sheep, right? Thanks to the resub Shep, YOLO Sapien, and the Prime Moochester, and resub Daffody. Well, welcome then, Gumbo. Does trend jacking actually work? Is that, what is that, like a masturbatory thing? What is trend jacking? Let me check. What is trend jacking? Trend jacking sounds scary. Trend jacking is a terminology used by social media content writers or digital marketers as they optimize their post or article with trending topics or trending hashtags. So it's just hopping on a trend? Well, yeah, I mean, that probably works, I guess. I mean, what do you mean? That's like asking if playing something popular is going to be, you know, more viewed than playing something no one's heard of. It's like, yeah, that's pretty basic. I'd say that probably works pretty well. Thanks to the resub Capabiach, Luca, and the gift sub Eddie, and the tier 1 Raging Clue, and resub Excerption, Zeros, Meaty Man, Law, and Brew Drake, and the Bits Magical Socks. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna watch more Yu-Gi-Oh! That show is so beautifully goofy, man. I love that shit. Thanks to the 5 bacon. Don't know what you're asking with burger with a question mark, but yeah, Godspeed. Oh, fuck! My computer restarted, so I don't... Oh, I still have it. There's a couple things that I had queued up that I wanted to watch. So on this Dead by Daylight compilation, there's a 500 reply argument that I don't know if it's any good. I just know there's 500 replies all arguing with each other. And I thought maybe we could check that out at some point. It's, I mean, I think 500 is where YouTube caps it, so I'm sure it'd be more if there was more room, but yeah. Someone sent me that in an email and I didn't get a chance to read it. I don't know if it's going to be as good as the My Little Insect, or what the fuck was it? My Little Insect, My Little Pet, whatever it was, Aramaru. Hey, congratulations, Outcast. I really hope you get your dream job, man. Godspeed. Defunct Land. I'm familiar with the channel, I think. Yes, I do know this channel. You wanted me to see Action Park? Okay, I can check it out at some point. I'll keep it there. Thanks to the resub, Dehydrated, Ociochi, Dark Bang, and John Bulls fan, and Smitty, and HCFC. And thanks to the 5 gift subs, Slyrish. I've seen all of Barbie Jeep Racing. And thanks to the bits, Buckethead. Can you demonstrate how to use your adult toys? I can't on Twitch, no. Twitch does not allow it. Of course, I remember Ultimate Showdown. Thanks to Prime, Crab. Thanks to 2 gift subs, Noodle, and the resub Tristan, and the 10 gift subs, Outcast. Thank you, man. Thanks to Prime Digital. What time do you think you're gonna do Dark Soils tomorrow? I don't know. We'll see. I don't know if I'm gonna do Dark Souls tomorrow, but I probably will. But we'll see. Thanks to the gift sub Dorm, and resub Teast. Yeah, we'll start in a minute. I usually like to wait, give people a chance to get in here so that way they don't suggest something we already watched in the same night. We finished To Catch a Predator, but we can check if there's any that recently got updated or uploaded. Thanks to the resub Cridior. And the resub Reningez. And the tier 1 Noodle Boy. It's pronounced like the letters BRD. Oh, Chef BRD. I see. Thanks to tier 1 Neon Nexus and tier 1 Weaving. Using a trend to grow an audience and then using that audience to use original ideas on. I wonder how many people would stay with the channel that used the trend to grow but switch to original content. I'm a little confused. I mean, that's just like basic stuff though. Like, for example, horror games, when they were huge on YouTube for a while and then PewDiePie started doing horror games, he grew significantly and then eventually transitioned off of horror games. I mean, look at Ludwig. Look at Ludwig right now. He slept for fucking 6 hours, but he is so big that he held 40k viewers. And not necessarily that he was jumping on trends every day. He was big in Smash, which was never super trendy. But once you establish like an audience like that, then you can pretty much do anything you want. And Godspeed to Ludwig, man. He is going to be streaming for the next week nonstop. Thanks for the 5 gift subs, Foxy the Pirate. And the 5 gift subs, Gumbo. Thank you for the back-to-back 5s. I don't know if I can watch that on stream. Hidden Fist, that's why I haven't done it. Thanks for the bits, Mom Balls, Pug, and Metallica. And the tier 1 Banjo, the gift sub, El Mago. Resub, MRO. And resub, Arrow, Frosty Doom, and the gift sub, Charlie. Yeah, we'll do Forged in Fire tonight. Thanks for the, oh Jesus, thanks for the huge 25 gift subs, Reningez. God damn it, thanks for the bits, Fiend. Appreciate the huge one there, Reningez. And the resub, David. So what did you want me to see here? With the Ultra Mind Control alternate personalities, did you want me to see the CIA Mind Control thing, or what? Or are you just talking about MK Ultra? Like in general. Here's the Prime Sunkro. And the resub Tempest and gift sub Onyx. Oh, there's a sneeze coming. Oh, don't be shy. Oh, we lost it. It's gone. That son of a bitch. Into the gift sub Onyx and resub Hayden. I'm just gonna assume this one. I don't know what you wanted me to see from that, but that was actually kind of interesting. I'd never heard of Saren, nor putting on a football helmet playing Mozart to brainwash someone. Pretty weird stuff. It's resub Trey cool. Here's the resub Kush. Have you seen Mario Bros. Sexual education video? Sounds super familiar, but that's a dangerous search on Twitch. Let me check it out over here. Super Mario Bros. Teaches safe sex. From Nintendo Power's Sex is the Best. Or, excuse me, safe sex is the... Well, I mean, the statement still applies. Seems fine. So is this a real PSA? I mean, it does look like it.
Hey, paisano!
It's not.
What do you know about human sexuality, puberty, and STDs?
God damn it.
What? Then you need a trip to Nintendo Land for a crash course in knowledge!
I love sex ed PSAs. I thought this was a real one. Fucking shame. You gave me a shit. Can we watch more Indian slapping matches? Not quite Kabaddi, but whatever else it was called. Yeah, that shit was pretty cool. Dick in the thumbnail? You talking about the cartoon Hoagie? That wasn't a dick. Thanks to the Prime, Jack. Disagree, Curran. Florida water's just fine. Man, what are you guys, like hall monitors or something? It was a literal sketched hoagie. So many of you whine when a streamer gets suspended for shit, and then you're the first one to start screaming wolf whenever even the slightest thing could be misconstrued as bad. God damn. Thanks to the resub LGS and the Prime Conman. and Jack. Thanks to the resub Whammon. The resub Milk. I've seen the duck and cover one. That one's a classic. Yeah, Court Cam is one we're gonna check on today. But this is someone wanted to see this. I don't know Defunct Land. Or I'm sorry, I don't know Action Park.
Open once again.
At least I don't think.
Fantastic. Anna Gilligan is there this morning. Hello, Anna.
Hi guys, yeah, I think you're seeing some guys jump off the Tarzan jump here at Action
Thanks to give
Park.
sub
It's been
Grandmas
closed
and
since
Prime Flat Banana and
1996.
resub
They
Josh.
reopened it on June 14th. I'm here with the owner, Andrew Mulhaville. He's also the son of the man who founded it. Thanks for being here.
It's great to be here. Thanks for coming out. What a day we have. It's beautiful here at Action Park.
So I gotta ask you because
That's a cool name, Action
got a bit of a
Park.
reputation.
Actually, is this the one where the kid got decapitated?
Some people got injured.
No, I don't think so. Actually, I'm pretty sure that was a local park.
That was 30 years ago. The world has changed. I mean, when my dad started the park,
Yeah, no, this is
he
not
was
the
guy
one.
inventing the rides and bringing inventors.
There was a
Now it's
water
highly
park
regulated.
that was
Everything's
so
engineered.
dangerous. One of their slides, a kid got decapitated, and his head rolled down the slide, and blood spewed all over the slide. Though, I mean, the video doesn't have any of that. It just has like the aftermath. But that's how fucking wild that park was. It's not this park. It's not this one. I can already tell you it's not this one because it was like a really small local water park.
The year is 1976. Gene Mulvihill, the head of entertainment company Great American
Thanks to Receive 2 million
Recreation, has added
Cheez-Its,
a new attraction
One
to Vernon,
Shot,
New Jersey's
and
Vernon Valley
Garage,
Ski Resort.
and
Two
Block
brand
Dino.
new Alpine slides were installed to keep business up in the off-season. An Alpine slide is a one-person cart ride, in which the rider rides
Thanks,
down
One
a
Shot.
hill on a smooth track. The rider has a brake lever in between their legs, giving them complete control of their speed. The attraction had become popular for ski resorts in the late 70s, and Vernon Valley Ski
Thanks to
Resort's
Prime
Alpine
Casual.
slide was advertised as an attraction for all ages, claiming, "We've had grandfathers and we've had kids of
Probably can't
kindergarten
watch
age
that one,
coming
Ligma.
down our runs alone." I also have a picture showing a mother controlling the sled with an infant in her arms. It's that easy. After the success of the slide, Mulvihill went
Ooh,
forward with
hold
his
on.
plans to expand.
Sorry
the
to pause it right away, but I think someone just got it. I think that's the one. It was called Schlitterbahn. Wait, is this place still open? Schlitterbahn is the ticket to summer fun in Texas. What the fuck? Oh man, it's like a whole brand in Texas. How do you keep a water park open when one of your fucking attendees gets decapitated? On August 7th, 2016, a 10-year-old child, Caleb Thomas Schwab, son of Kansas Representative Scott Schwab, was decapitated in the park while riding the Verrucht, a water raft ride touted as the world's tallest water slide, and Schwab died before reaching the bottom. Two other unrelated riders in the same raft sustained injuries, and the ride was decommissioned and later demolished. The park settled with all parties in 2016. In March of 2018, a Wyandotte County grand jury filed indictments against the park and 3 park employees, including the park's co-owner, Verrucht's designer, and a former park executive. Where were we? Oh, the indictment accused the park and its employees of negligence as well as concealing design flaws and other issues with the ride. On February 22nd, 2019, all charges were dropped by the Judge Robert Burns? What do you mean the charges were dropped? Oh, I guess the kid wasn't decapitated. What? Huh. That's fucking crazy. Oh, there's 2 deaths at this park. On March 6, 2013, Nicholas Nico Benavides, a 20-year-old seasonal employee at Schlitterbahn, was fatally injured when an overhead gate slammed down and pinned him. He was left on life support for organ donation and later died. Okay, so that wasn't necessarily like the ride's fault. That sounds really unlucky. But I mean, the decapitation of the child is direct result of how bad that ride was designed. Here's a picture of it. I remember watching something on this. I think it was like the year after it happened I heard about it, but this ride right here was fucking nuts. If I remember correctly, what happened is he was going down, and I don't think you can see it here, but there's like some like overhang wire or some shit, and I guess they caught like a jump, so he went airborne a little bit and then got decapitated somewhere over here, and then his body and head just kept rolling down. It's fucking nuts. I don't know how Schlitterbahn is still open after that. I cannot fucking... Do we have any Schlitterbahn enthusiasts in here? Have you been since? Actually, the Tier 1 Iron Line and the Tier 1 Arm Stapler. It's pretty chill. I mean, it's Texas. Yeah, I still go there. I can't believe it, man. Actually, give some Full Metal in the resub X-Max, Uga, and Maxton. In the bits, Corin and Cozy. Nah, that was the one I was looking at, Cozy. The Schlitterbahn. Can't click links, Kane.
Ski resort into a water park.
Yeah, I've only been to like a water
He added
park
2
once or
water
twice in
slides
my
and a
life.
racetrack.
Super
And
painful.
more slides, a softball field, a tennis
Always
court, and a
hated it,
swimming
and it's
pool
gross.
were added shortly thereafter. The Vernon Valley Summer Park was rebranded to Action Park, a thrilling amusement park where you control the action. More slides and rides were added, and they began their big marketing push to draw audiences into their new water park.
Just go to Action Park. There's no other park like it.
When it's hot out, this is a
It's not
great
just
place
one
to
park,
spend
it's
the day with
17
your
on a
family.
river.
So lots of big things for little kids to do.
I love Action Park because it's so beautiful.
It's like coming to Broadway. It's wonderful.
What do you mean? Wait, what?
Race like a pro.
God damn it, where is she? You're telling me great grandmammy Ruth is somehow ripping and roaring down Action Park's water slides? I don't know how many of you go to water parks, but that shit is so fucking painful. Like, there's just barely enough water on those slides so you don't actually, like, skin yourself alive and get, like, flogged by the course.
It's like coming to Broadway. It's wonderful.
Race like a pro. It's great. These are the most amazing rides in the world. I love it here.
Damn. That's an extreme grandma.
Not only was it one of the first water parks of its kind in the United States, but
It's a
it
Tier
also
1 cheesy
marketed
nacho
itself
man
as the
and
biggest.
resub shoulder
It was
and
eventually
greasy.
home to 75 rides, 40 of which were water slides.
I can
Action
cue
Park
that
was
up,
split
Ollie,
into 3
after this.
themed lands.
Thank you for the big
first
25,
was-
man. Thanks for the resub, Zilly.
Motorworld consisted of 3 types of attractions: land, water, and air rides. On land was the popular battle action tanks. For an additional
That's
fee,
pretty
guests
cool.
could ride inside tanks equipped with tennis ball cannons.
That's pretty
The goal was
fucking
to
cool.
shoot the other tanks in the caged area on one of their targets.
I don't care how dangerous it was, reopen it, I'm in.
Those that chose to ride the tanks were allotted 5 minutes to do so, and those that did not want to ride could pay to use a stationary cannon from the outside. Maintenance employees attempting to
Ford
fix
Avask
broken
is an
down
innocent
tanks
man.
were
Is it Tier 1
subject
cozy?
to fire from the rowdy guests,
And yeah,
making the
appreciate
attraction
it
a
again, Ollie, I'll
nightmare
queue
to
it
work
up.
at. The other 2
after
land-based
this.
Motor World attractions were the Lola cars and the Super Go-Karts.
Oh,
Both
here
of
comes-
which were kart race attractions.
The
The
sneeze.
Super Go-Karts were driven on a small loop. The carts themselves
What
were
the
designed to
fuck?
max out at 20 miles per hour, but the employees
Getting, like,
found that
YouTube
sticking a
pranked
tennis
by
ball
a
with governor
sneeze.
device allowed the cart to go as fast as possible, with the new maximum speed being around 50 miles an hour. Head-on collisions frequently sent guests to the hospital, and the fumes from the engines overwhelmed riders at times. The Lolo cars were mini open cockpit race cars driven on a longer track, and they cost
Speed
an
racer
additional
design,
charge
pretty
to
cool.
ride. Their maximum speed could also be tampered with by park employees.
Actually, Tier
These
1
were also
Big
used
Ten,
after hours by
the
the
resub
workers, sometimes
Cup of
being
Noodles.
taken off the track and driven on the nearby highway. There were 2 water rides in Motor World. The super speedboats were driven in a small circle around an island in a pond that also had a large population of snakes in it. The guests would often attempt
What?
to bump nearby boats, as if they were on Motor World's other water attraction, bumper boats. These were boats placed in a small pool and were designed to withstand guests crashing into one another. These were known to leak gasoline, which once required a guest to be examined after too much fuel leaked on their skin. The
Oh,
boats
nice.
were also incredibly small, and riders with long legs had to position their feet off the side of the boat.
This place does look fucking
This led to
awesome, though,
injuries
to
and
be
bone
fair.
fractures after collisions. Finally, Motor World had 2 airbase attractions. One was Space Shot, which was a typical drop tower ride and was one of the safest rides at the park, given it was only open for Action Park's last operating year. The second air ride was another upcharge attraction, Slingshot, which was also fairly safe. This ride was a common amusement park and carnival ride, in which guests were shot up on 2 bungee cords and flipped upside down as they flew through the air. There's no doubt that Motorworld had its dangerous attractions, but this is just the beginning of what Action Park has in store. Another section of the park was...
I mean, to be fair, that part of the park looks awesome.
Sometimes labeled the Alpine Center.
These
included the aforementioned Alpine slides, as well as a bungee jump titled the Snapple Snap Up Whippersnapper Ride. Originally having 2 jump stations and then later 4, guests could jump off the tower for an additional fee. A skate park also had a short run at Action Park. It was poorly designed, as it was surrounded by concrete and had uneven edges, which led to many injuries during its existence. Interestingly, Action Park also had an attraction entitled the Action Park Gladiator Challenge, partially based off of the popular American Gladiators TV show. This included obstacle courses and jousting matches against the Action Park.
This sounds like the best park of all
Finally,
time.
Action Park had its own monorail called the Transmobile. This went to the Ski Lodge, the Alpine Center, and to Motorworld.
What the fuck?
So far, Action Park has proved to be dangerous, but where are the absolutely terrifying rides? Where are the rides that are so insane that their mere existence is unbelievable? Moreover, where are the water slides?
Yeah, if they just got rid of Waterworld, everything else seems perfect.
This section the action in Action Park. Waterworld had it all. It was home to the tidal wave pool, a 100 feet by 200 feet pool that could hold anywhere between 500 and 1,000 people. The pool's floor was slanted, and the further a guest went in it, the deeper it got. Waves went 20 minutes on, 10
There's
minutes
nothing
off,
more
and they could reach
uncomfortable than like a communal pool like that.
This was challenging for swimmers
Piss
of all
and
skill
shit all
levels,
over the place
as the
in the
pool was
water.
hard to read, and the fresh water was more difficult to swim in than salt water. A dozen lifeguards were on duty at the pool, and they would have to save around 30 people on a busy day. The Tarzan swing was a heavily advertised attraction in which guests would swing on a 20-foot cable over a pool. This spring-fed pool was so cool that lifeguards would have to rescue guests that could not swim after the shock of the cold water. This was also a popular attraction for men to pull down their pants or women to pull up their tops for the line of people to see. The appropriately named Aqua Scoot gave guests
of course,
with which they would slide down in a
that's what I want to do, show my dick to a bunch of kids at a water park. Yeehaw.
They would skip across. If the guest was not in an ideal position, it would get caught under the water, sending the rider crashing forward. There were originally a pair of these slides, each 30 feet long, but a third slide was eventually added. The diving cliffs had 2 jumping bases, one 23 feet and the other 18 feet tall, with the pool below being 16 feet.
This park is fucking nuts. It's like something I'd make in Roller Coaster Tycoon.
Which resulted in collisions.
I'll just have a 500-foot dive into shark-infested water.
No one was at the bottom of the pool. The super speed water slides, also known as Geronimo Falls, were a pair of high-speed vertical water slides. One of them was steeper than the other, and both were dangerous. Near these was the safer Kamikaze, which was a more traditional tube slide. The kayak experience was pretty self-explanatory, and used underwater fans to simulate water rapids.
And absolutely alligators.
But that goes without saying at this point. A similar ride, the Roarin' Rapids, allowed guests to ride in a 1 or 2 person raft down a similar river. The Surf Hill had riders slide down a multi-laned, multi-hill slide on a mat.
God damn,
riders could
that seems
easily
nuts!
cross over to the adjacent lanes and cause collisions. And the 7th hill, nicknamed the Backbreaker, had an additional hump that would send riders flying.
Oh, that's the one, yeah!
The Colorado River Ride was another ride, this time
holy
shit!
shit!
4 people, and it went through the wooded area of the park. At one point, the riders would come to a fork in the river and had to choose between 2 paths. The first path took guests under a waterfall and a series of tunnels. The second path included a waterfall and another fork, with one path being steeper than the other. The ride also included a foot-tall jump that would allow riders and their raft a short airtime. The Aerodrome was a skydiving simulator that caused injuries when guests would try to stop their falls with their arms. Waterworld also had a variety of other typical water slides and pools that were less notable, but there is one in particular that has yet to be mentioned. This is the attraction that made Action Park the most infamous, the Cannonball Loop. A tubed water slide with a vertical loop similar to that of a roller coaster. It was rumored that during the testing of the attraction, Mulvihill offered $100 to employees who were willing to try it. Test dummies apparently came out of the loop without their heads. When it was open, guests would be weighed, hosed down, and given a set of instructions to decrease the possibility of injury. A hatch was added to the top of the loop to assist stuck riders that could not make it all the way through the slide. Many guests that completed the loop would come out at the bottom, suffering from bloody noses or other injuries, either from hitting the top of the loop or the impact on the way down. The Cannonball Loop is indicative of a larger issue with Action Park, as many of the other attractions were poorly crafted by designers that were less than engineers, and most were designed to minimize cost rather than maximize safety.
And maximizing fun. Like, these rides look fucking cool.
Alcohol at many of the convenience stands, often to minors.
These are some Imagineers.
Brewery near Motorworld. Many of the guests visiting the inexpensive park came from low-income areas and did not have the necessary swimming skills to navigate some of the attractions and pools. Action Park also heavily marketed to Spanish populations, but there were no translations or translators for the guests when they visited, so explaining safety instructions was virtually impossible.
You already know that Action
Probably
Park
can't watch
has the
that
most
around.
innovative and exciting
Easily
rides,
resub-jizzle.
the Alpine Slide, Grand Prix race cars, and spectacular water rides. But Action Park means more than just great rides. It means super live shows, fantastic summer festivals, and scrumptious food and drink, including an authentic German brewery. Come to Action Park.
Honestly,
because the
Action
rides
Park
are
has it
the
all.
Only thing that's great. Labor Day
Only
Public
6
Festival,
deaths were
September 6th
recorded
and
here.
7th.
Reopen.
The majority of those employees
I
were
wouldn't go,
teenagers
but the
and were
existence
not
makes
equipped
me
to
happy.
handle the rowdy guests at the park. So on any given day, you could have an overcrowded water park filled with drunk teenagers that couldn't swim, riding shoddily built attractions supervised by teenagers that may or may not be able to communicate with them. It is no wonder what
Here's the
happened
Prime
next.
Exotic and resub Knife and Jeff in the Prime break.
On July 8, 1980, a male employee was riding the Alpine Slide when his cart went off the track. He hit his head on a rock during the crash, killing him. He was only 19. 2
Damn,
years later,
shit.
on July 24th, 1982, a 15-year-old guest was overcome by the waves of the tidal wave pool and drowned. On August 1st, a mere week later, a 27-year-old guest was riding the kayak experience when he was trying to re-enter his kayak after falling out. When doing this, he made contact with the live wiring that powered the underwater fans.
Oh!
The electrocution sent him into cardiac arrest, and he passed after being rushed to the hospital. 2 years later, in 1984, a guest died on the Tarzan swing after a heart attack, supposedly due to the unexpected shock from the cold water. That same year, on August 27th, a 20-year-old drowned in the tidal wave pool. And on July 19th, 1987, another guest drowned there, giving it the nickname the Grave Pool. These deaths are tragic, and often overshadowed
Yeah, that's
by
the worst place to
and
die,
legacy of
surrounded
Action.
by other people's
Interestingly
piss.
enough, Action Park was able
Your
to avoid
sarcophagus
many
becomes
lawsuits
a
for these
literal
deaths and many
toilet.
other injuries, due
At
in
a
part to its
communal tidal
reputation
pool,
and also
holy
the lax
shit.
regulations New Jersey had for amusement and water parks. Great American Recreation was even able to expand the Action Park brand to other parts of the country, opening Pocono Action Park in Tannersville, Pennsylvania in 1980, and Action Mountain in Pine Hill, New Jersey in 1984.
Get wet. Action Mountain. Feel the thrill as you zoom
Fuck!
into the black hole.
I want to get wet and wild. Let's fucking go!
While the kids play in our fun-filled kiddie area, cool off in our huge swimming pool.
Thanks to Brian
or
Tim and
race
resub
around
Shrekery.
the Grand Prix track. Get
Hey, appreciate it, Jan.
any of our
Thanks to
action
Brian,
packed
Pit
rides
fan.
at Action Mountain in Pine Hill, New Jersey.
It's awesome.
Pocono Action Park had many repeat attractions as Action Park, and was closed in 1991. Action Mountain ran into some financial difficulties with the IRS and the town it was located in, and was closed in 1986.
Before WoW, he was
So why
just
did the
doing
original
backstrokes
Action
at
Park close?
Action
While
Park
Action
tidal
Park and
pool.
Mulvihill were able to avoid lawsuits with many of the accidents and deaths, the 2 deaths in 1984 stemmed cases that rightfully plagued the park with a variety of legal problems. Mulvihill eventually pled guilty to 5 charges of insurance fraud. He and his associates claimed that the park saw over 1 million guests a year, and therefore the death toll was comparatively low. The local ER, on the other hand, said that they would have to treat 5 to 10 guests on some days. In response to the high amount of guests visiting the hospital, Action Park bought
What are you complaining about? You're making a lot of money off that.
Despite all of these
5 to
issues,
10 guests
the
a
downfall
day?
of Action Park wouldn't come until 1996, and it was actually due to Great American Recreation's financial issues and not the park itself. On September 2nd, 1996, Action Park ended its final season, still with the hope that it would reopen the next year. However, Great American Recreation's bankruptcy made it impossible for Action Park to continue
Thanks to Prime
operations,
Adu.
so it didn't reopen. After this, the ski resort
True,
and
Evan.
Action Park were
It's
handed
Prime
from
Timmy.
investor to investor, undergoing renovations for 2 years before reopening in 1998 as Mountain Creek.
No!
Safety was a priority under this management, and a valiant effort was put forth to distance Mountain Creek from Action Park's reputation. However, in 2010, Mountain Creek underwent a bankruptcy of its own, and the water park and ski resort was sold to the Mulvihill family. 2 years after this, in 2012, Eugene Mulvihill
made that
passed
sound
away,
very
and his son
sinister.
Andrew Mulvihill took over ownership of the park. 2 years later, in 2014, Mountain Creek was rebranded back to Action Park. The park reopened many of its classic attractions, and started construction on new, terrifying ones. The Sky Caliber was another attempt at a 360-degree vertically looping water slide, although it used technology to enhance safety. From my knowledge, it is yet to open at the park, and there's almost no information on its status. The new action park tried to use nostalgia to draw guests back for 2 years, before in 2016 it was renamed back to Mountain Creek, in order to once again get away from the negative connotation of Action Park. Early this year it was announced that Johnny Knoxville would be producing, writing, and starring in a film inspired by Action Park, but it was not shot on location. Death is heartbreaking, especially in environments designed for happiness and joy. Despite 6 people losing their lives there, Action Park is not remembered for its death toll. It is remembered for and by the kids that grew up with it and survived it. It is seen as a place where the quote-unquote popular and brave teens hung out. The fact that it was referred to as Traction Park or Class Action Park doesn't matter, because its inherent
That's a cool name, Class Action Park. That's pretty good.
The burns, bruises, and the fractured tibias were a rite of passage for its former guests.
Yeah. Do we have any Action Park survivors in the chat?
Roller coaster at Disney in California or at Universal in Florida? Well, welcome to Vernon, New Jersey. Were you able to survive Action Park?
You going to bed? I'll say goodnight in a sec. That was super fucking cool. It makes me want to go to Action Park. God damn. Oh, History of the Jaw. Fuck, I'm gonna go down the goddamn defunct land rabbit hole. I already know it now. But I rode this ride quite a bit. I used to live in Orlando when I was younger, so I used to go to Orlando sometimes. I used to go to Universal sometimes. The Jaws ride was really fucking awful. It was so boring. It was super boring. How many of you ever rode this ride? You probably don't remember it because it was really fucking boring. Thanks to resub Batmeg and Sway and Buggy and Mundane. Chef Vordevask is an innocent man. Thanks to 25. Oh yeah, I forgot to queue up. Forgot to queue it up here. But I still want to watch the Jaws one now. Oh, you're talking about Bo Teoshi? We watched Bo Teoshi last time. I'm very familiar with the sport. It's just not very fun to watch because it's just like a fucking collage of meat. Just a ton of bodies on top of bodies. Thanks to the resub Sneef. Thanks, Fedoran. And someone recommended that a while ago. I'm pretty sure we watched it. Coast of Concordia. Oh, it's Internet Historian. I am not getting notifications, it seems. I did not know he posted something new. I'll watch that off stream. I usually like to watch my friends' content alone, because I don't like when the chat doesn't like it, because then I feel bad. So yeah, I'll just watch that on my own. Thanks to the resub derp. Okay, I'm gonna go say goodnight to Tiana real quick, and then we'll do... I want to see the history of the Jaws ride, so we'll do that next. I'll be right back. Thanks to the resub, Miserabia. I'm back, team. What the fuck is going on? Thanks to give sub Seth Rogen and resub Flawless Cowboy, Baka, and Kello Shot. Alright, let's run it. What? Thanks to Prime Kamark.
Salutations. My name is Kevin Perjurer, and welcome to another edition in Defunct Land. For
Hey,
background/context on this series, please visit thepurge.com with the link below. Today we will be attempting to resurrect our first non-Disney attraction, Jaws the Ride,
Tier 1
that
Zillow
operated
Trance.
in Universal Studios Florida from 1990 to 2012. This is also our first viewer-suggested addition to the park, so thank you to Cinematic Psycho Productions for the comment. To all of you Disney fanatics that don't care about
Thanks to
Universal
Tier 1
Studios,
Jimmy.
stick with me, because there will be plenty of Disney history weaved throughout the story.
Universal is
let's get
so
into
much
it.
better than
In the
Disney, though.
mid-1960s,
Disney
Universal,
fucking
who
sucks
at the
unless you
time
just
was owned
love
by
Disney
multimedia
movies.
company MCA, completely refurbished the Universal Studios tour, creating the beginning of Universal Studios Hollywood as we know it today.
Thanks to
This
resub
put them in
Dits
direct
and Throw It
competition
Away.
with other LA-based amusement
Hey, Year,
park,
thank you.
Disneyland. As
Thanks to Bits
Universal
Weaving.
Studios Hollywood continued to add additions to their park, including a Jaws encounter during the studio tour, MCA kept a close eye on Disney. When word got around that Disney was planning on operating a new theme park in Florida, MCA followed closely behind, with a new
Yeah,
studio
fuck
tour
yeah.
in Orlando in an attempt to attract some of the tourists that would be traveling to Walt Disney World. This began
Thanks
the
to resub
ongoing
Nut,
feud between
Hyper,
Universal Studios
Crispy,
and Disney. I won't dive fully
and
into the
Peak.
feud, as I would be touching on the
I
history
always
of
watch
future
Ordinary
defunct land
Sausage.
attractions, but just to give you an idea, yeah, they're basically the same thing. So Disney MGM
Except
Studios
Universal's
began
much better.
construction in 1985, obviously angering Universal as Disney had copied many aspects of their plan and already existing park. However, luckily for Universal and MCA, they had recently found a developer for their Orlando park. They had also found a creative partner, Steven Spielberg. That's
Hey,
right.
good
If you watched
guy.
the first episode
Good
of
guy to
Defunct
have on
Land,
your
you'll
team.
remember that George Lucas was heavily involved in the development of attractions for Disney at this time. And if you don't already
Thanks to
know,
Prime
George
Time.
Lucas and Steven Spielberg are very close friends, who found themselves in competition with one another in the late 1980s due to this feud. Universal decided not to make their Orlando park the same as their Hollywood tram tour out of fear of being accused of copying Disney. They decided to instead focus more on film-based attractions, such as Confrontation and Jaws the Ride. The creative head of Universal
Jaws
Studios
was one of the
Florida
first ones?
was
I didn't
former
know that.
Disney Imagineer and Steven Spielberg's college roommate, Peter
Ride sucks.
Alexander.
Sucked.
Universal had no
Dead now.
experience creating epic attractions like Disney's, so the management was worried about the concept of the Florida park. Alexander spearheaded the ride, and Ride and Show Engineering agreed to produce it.
Thanks to
The
resub
first
Liv,
version of the
Pax,
ride
Toe,
cost
and
$30
Gladdy.
million to make
Two
in the
gift
late
subs, Ryan.
1980s, which,
You Ryan.
factoring in inflation, yeah, it was expensive, and the results were interesting. The original Jaws ride took guests on a pontoon boat captained by a employee who would guide the boat on a tour of Amity, the town in Jaws.
Yeah.
And shockingly, the guests spot a
Shark! 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 Shark!
The most exciting
shark
thing that
would
ever
then stalk
happened
you
on
for
this
the rest
ride
of
is
the
when I
ride,
almost fell
even
off.
appearing in the boathouse
That's
that you're
literally
hiding
the
out in.
only like
In the
exciting
first
moment
version
of this
the
ride I
at
ever
one point,
experienced.
the robot shark would actually take a bite out of the boat and attempt to spin it. This would have been amazing, except for it almost never worked correctly. Like the robot made for the movie Jaws, the Jaws ride sharks experienced a variety of problems. First, sometimes the robot shark would not lunge out of the
There's
water
Prime
to
Crimson
grab
and
the
resub
boat.
Jan.
Second, if it did, the robot's shark teeth would sometimes damage the boat because for some reason they used real shark teeth. In the finale of the original ride, the skipper would shoot the shark with a grenade launcher. It would then explode and chunks of shark would fly out of the water.
Yeah, I remember
They would
that.
fly out of a small air cannon and then would be filtered back in and recirculated. The sharks were guided by computers and could swim at 20 feet per second. It was an impressive ride, but did it work as they had planned? No.
Fuck no.
The answer is no.
That shit. When you got on the Jaws ride back in my day, what you were doing is just taking a boat ride to just relax. Literally nothing would happen, and half the time your boat guide wouldn't say a word.
This little New England village seems like any
This shit was
seaside
terrible.
resort in summer. Young men thronging around the shooting gallery, people basking in the sun, crowds taking
Thanks
photographs
to
of
resub
a great
Stewie,
white
Heisenberg,
shark.
and Decomposed, and Scott Steiner.
White shark. But this is a movie set.
The
This
Mummy
is
ride
where
is still good.
Jaws turns an elemental fear of the water water.
I think it's a big wiener.
To screaming terror. But today the sea is calm. It's a good day for a boat ride.
Jesus Christ! Good lord!
MGM Studios opened on May 1st, 1989, and a year later, Universal
What they should have done is just put
Studios
real
Florida
sharks
opened
in
on
there.
June 7th,
Fuck it.
1990. Opening day was a star-studded
Not that they
event.
do anything,
Celebrities
even if
such
they
as
were real. I
Sylvester
mean,
Stallone,
just
Steven
fucking swim
Spielberg,
around.
and Bill Cosby were in attendance. The opening was a huge success for people that like to watch everything go wrong.
I hope this cuts. This is a lot thicker than what we rehearsed with.
The power went out just hours before the opening. Many of the attraction's automation systems weren't operating, and Jaws had to shut down due to a thunderstorm after a few hours of operation.
Oh, no.
Steven Spielberg was rumored to be stuck on the ride during this time. The following few days of opening did not go much better. Jaws was still not operating correctly.
Good.
One skipper was quoted as saying, "Imagine explosions over there." These problems would continue with the ride. At times,
Is it
Universal
prime
would
corn?
inform guests in the morning that Jaws would not be open that day, regardless of whether it was or not. Universal tried to stay positive
I'll
about
check it
the
out,
ride,
Peter,
but
sure.
it became apparent that it wasn't operating properly. On top of this, they would be faced with a lawsuit as during one voyage, a guest fell off the boat
Yeah.
and into the water with Jaws. He was on a family trip with his children,
Yeah.
and were obviously mortified that their father would be eaten. Worse, he fell in one of the 10 feet deep areas where the sharks are held. The other areas of the ride were
Oh,
only 4 feet deep. If you haven't figured it out already, this means that he was incredibly close to the mechanics of the ride. He even recalled that the shark was swimming right toward him. When the
God
employees managed to
damn.
get him back on the boat, the other guests clapped, thinking it was all just part of the show. He sued Universal for $1 million.
That's it?
This, along with the fact that the
I'd go for
ride
10.
shut down almost daily, helped Universal come to the conclusion that it was time to drastically change the ride. The original version of Jaws closed after only 2.5 months of operation. It is safe to say that Universal and MCA were mad. They sued Ride and Show Engineering for not designing the ride properly. Ride and Show claimed that their handiwork was not at fault, and that Universal did not give them enough time. Ride and Show
That's
even
probably
said
true.
that they were looking forward to the case, so that they could prove that Universal messed up and not them. They later settled out of court, with Ride and Show commenting, "Basically, Universal didn't have any experience with a ride like this. If we had built something like this for Disneyland, Disneyland maintenance would have taken it over and made it work." Oh
A
no,
dagger.
they didn't. Universal was now determined
Thanks,
to get
Reese,
Jaws
knocked
operating
Lucy,
correctly
Taco,
as
and the
soon
Prime
as possible.
Muscles.
And after more delays and more problems, they
I have
finally
seen those,
settled on a
Furby.
1993 opening date. They hired Totally
Yeah, it's
Fun
at the
Company
Indioba.
to redesign the ride.
My
A
favorite
company
ride at
started
Universal
by
is Men in
Peter
Black.
Alexander. They also hired a variety of contractors to complete the many different aspects of the attraction to ensure that it was done correctly the second time around. The new story incorporated elements from both Jaws and Jaws 2. In the new ride, the
Shark! 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 Shark!
No, fuck!
would not bite the boat or be blown to pieces, but there would instead be a gas explosion, and the shark would be killed after it bit a high voltage wire, such as in the end of Jaws 2. This was Peter Alexander's final suggestion before he left the project to go to the other end of the park and produce shows for
I don't think I ever
Nickelodeon Studios.
wrote it when it was
The
like
fire
that, to
scene
be
would have
honest.
be impressive,
I only remember
and
the original.
Pyrotechnics testing it purposefully designed it so that the guests could feel the heat without getting burned.
Oh, actually,
They
I do remember
definitely
this.
accomplished this, as guests regularly complained that they had been burned by the fire, mostly by those that had already had sunburns from a day at the park. The main issue with the original attraction
I
was
do
that
remember
the
that,
water made
actually.
it difficult for the robot sharks to go from a complete standstill to lunging out of the water. Universal decided to hire Oceaneer International, a company specializing in products that assist in deep-sea exploration, to build the sharks. They were able to accomplish this, although the detail on the
get some
sharks does
pasta
not
and
match
some
that of
Yingling.
the original attraction. But who cares about details if you can't see them because the ride is always closed? An interesting aspect of the remodeling was the testing phase, because in order to view changes made to the attraction, the technicians
play
would have
World
to
War
take
Z,
a
Jimmy.
round trip on the boat as they could not go in reverse. This means that they were taking trip after trip through the ride to witness minor changes. With all of these contractors on board and $40 million later, Universal was able to complete the second version of the attraction for a soft opening in 1993, using the term technical rehearsals until
Thanks, Reese,
1994.
Absolute. And the Bit cigarette. I mean, it was a dog shit ride, though.
No survivors. I And you thought this only happened.
Man, I can't believe that dude fucking fell out into the mechanics. That's nuts.
So the final
Hopefully he
version
got
of
his
the
$1 million.
attraction looked like this. As you waited in line, you were taken through the boathouses of Amity, including TV screens
Thanks for
playing
5 gift subs, DJ Lynn. Good to see you.
WJWS13.
And thanks
It had
for
a lot of
Trooper
different
and
programming
Trobot.
with numerous references to the film and
Bit
other
cigarette
movies as well.
again.
Once you were done waiting in line, you board one of Captain Jake's boats with the skipper to tour the island of Amity. You take off with your tour guide explaining the shark attacks of 1974 that were later turned into a hit movie. They also point out the houses of some of the characters of the Jaws movies, until suddenly they get a call of distress from Amity 3. The skipper tries to see what is going on and finds Amity 3 sinking. Then the guests see
Shark! 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 Shark!
The skipper pulls out the grenade launcher, not realizing that it is actually loaded at first, and fires at the monster.
Oh god!
The skipper misses a second time before hiding in a boathouse to wait for Chief Brody. The shark tries to break in, and the skipper struggles to escape, but does just in time. Chief Brody tells the skipper that he'll be there in 10 minutes. The skipper replies
Maybe
with
two
the now
gift subs,
famous
Justin,
line,
and Prime
"We'll
ball
be
out.
shark bait in 10 minutes,"
Resub kiddo.
which doesn't actually make sense since technically they are already shark bait. Anyways, the shark comes back and the skipper misses with the grenade launcher once again, this time accidentally igniting a nearby gas dock. The skipper then explains that they are
Thanks to
going
give
to
some
unload the
Kobe.
guests onto a fishing dock in an attempt
Nah, I
to
wouldn't do
save
that though,
them.
Paul.
However, the shark appears once again, but this time it accidentally bites down on a high voltage power cable, frying it. The guests smell the roasted shark and it makes one final lunge for the boat, but the skipper is able to kill it with the grenade launcher. Everyone cheers as they are returned safely to Amity. All in all, the shark appears 5 times on the starboard
Rest
side
in
and only
peace.
twice on the port side, so you were luckier to be placed on the starboard side. So that was Jaws the Ride, but hold on because its history is not over just yet. A few notable events took place with the ride after its second release. First, every year the attraction was drained, and the Department of Environmental Protection was tipped that oil and other toxins from the ride were being irresponsibly disposed of, which essentially just meant that they had to change their fuel type and do a lot of paperwork. In
I like the
2004,
idea that they're just
hurricanes
poisoning the
caused gas
water, though.
prices to increase in Florida to the point that it was too expensive to operate the Jaws ride, thus causing it to be open only infrequently and seasonally from 2005 to 2007. Also, the attraction was refurbished constantly to ensure that the ride operated correctly. So why was it closed? Unlike other defunct land entries, this one is pretty simple. Harry Potter. The franchise was going to and
Really?
did save Universal's attendance numbers, and Jaws was replaced with the Diagon Alley attraction, Harry Potter and the
Wait,
Escaping
what?
Gringotts. While the attraction at Universal is gone, there is still a Jaws operating at Universal Studios Japan, and the short scene during the tram tour is still operating.
I thought it was just because it was so fucking boring
So
they
that
said
is
fuck
the
it.
history of Jaws the Ride. There are a few more interesting anecdotes to the attraction that I decided weren't relevant enough to discuss here, but if you would like to read more on Jaws, visit the links below. One is to themeparktourist.com, which is where I got the majority of my research for extraterrestrial and Jaws, and the other is to a Reddit AMA by a skipper who worked on the ride. I recommend checking both of these out. As always, to learn more about where the remains of Jaws are today,
Yeah, no, that ride
how I'm going
sucked.
to get them back, and where I will place them in defunct land, please
Kind of nostalgic though to see it operating. Thanks to Resub Dale and the Bit Cigarette. Get the orange door. Didn't someone recommend that last time? Oh, that's rough, Mark. That would have been cool. I'm not really just gonna watch an anime trailer, man. To the guy that asked if I ever played World War Z, though, did you know that I'm in the marketing material for World War Z? Even though I didn't like enjoy the game almost at all. Here, check this out. What the fuck was the what was the commercial? Let me just see if I can find it with this. Where is it? Fuck, it's been so long I don't remember. What was their TV commercial? Like their TV spot? Maybe TV trailer? Oh, I'm just a fucking idiot. That's not gonna work. Anyway, apparently their marketing team was combing Twitch for people playing World War Z, and at the time I was playing their multiplayer and just goofing around and celebrating every multiplayer kill sarcastically. And they took one of the clips where I was just going fucking nuts and pumping my fists in the air and put it as a, this game is exciting, look at this guy. It was pretty cool. Someone sent me that in an email because they saw it at a bar they were at, and I was like, no fucking way. And then lo and behold. That was a while ago. Thanks to the resub Honeydew. No, it's just an old video, Mudman. Thanks to the bits Yeet. Alright, last defunct land and then we're switching it up, but this is a really cool rabbit hole. Thanks to the resub Bissy. And the bits Cigarette and Jimmy.
Hello, I am Kevin Perjurer, and welcome to the first video in my new series, Defunct Land, where I will be creating my very own amusement park using attractions that are no longer operating. For background/context on this series, please visit thepurge.com with the link below. Today we will be attempting to resurrect Disney World's
This was
past
scary as
attraction,
fuck.
extraterrestrial alien encounter.
We'll see.
This show, found exclusively in Magic Kingdom's Tomorrowland from 1994 to 2003, has a long and fascinating backstory, so let's get right into it. When Michael Eisner became the CEO of Disney in 1984, he wanted to be more...
Quick pause. That's what it's called? World War Z reaction trailer? This is the one that they aired on TV? Well, that didn't work at all. Gamers' reactions to the zombie horde. I don't think that's the one. Oh, it's this one, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, it's definitely this one.
Oh shit! Do you see that? Oh my goodness!
At some point, my shit's in here for no reason.
Oh my god!
Exit Tier 1 Ass Eater.
He's a fucking zombie!
No, this isn't the one. He said fucking. That would not be on TV.
You guys see how many of them are here?
Maybe it is. I don't remember. It's been too long.
That guy.
Oh, the good old days. I'm in there twice, but after that, it's downhill. That's all you need to see. I sold that game with that reaction.
He attempted to do this by beginning his
God, that was a
transition
monster,
with a
that
tour of
multiplayer.
Disney's
What a
parks.
game.
He invited his teenage son, Breck, to come along with him. After a tour of Disneyland, Breck expressed the sentiment that the park lacked a cool factor. This worried
I don't know if
Eisner,
everyone
and
on
he
this
began
ride called, but we'll
conducting
see.
exit surveys to determine if the parks were failing teenagers.
It was good?
The
Fuck no.
consensus was that
I didn't
Disney
enjoy that
lacked
game
thrill
at all.
rides, but instead of going the typical approach of adding roller coasters, he decided that he wanted to add exciting and intense shows to the parks. This is when the George Lucas that everyone loves, not the George Lucas that everyone hates, entered the picture. He began collaborating with Eisner to add attractions like Star Tours and the Indiana Jones Stunt Spectacular. This gave Eisner the idea to incorporate another sci-fi movie into the parks, Ridley Scott's Alien. Because I know when I think of Disney, I think of this.
That's pretty cool. I love the thought process.
It's safe to say that this wasn't an
Tier 1 meme
unorthodox
wheel.
choice for an attraction at a Disney park.
Can't click
the
links,
concept
Big Z.
was, believe it or
I'm
not,
assuming it's Street
more
Beef stuff.
terrifying than the theme. The Alien ride was to be like Buzz Lightyear's Space Ranger spin.
Oh,
But
yeah,
instead
that's
of
the only
shooting
good ride
laser
there.
beams at Zurg, you're in pitch black darkness shooting shotguns at murderous aliens. The head Imagineers were appalled by the idea, and they convinced Eisner that this would be a horrific addition to Tomorrowland. This angered him, but he decided to give up on the ride. However, a small group of young
Jesus,
Imagineers
NIT.
weren't ready to
That's
let
horrible.
the idea go, and they found a
Sorry to hear
solid
he's doing
excuse
that.
to pitch it again. An attraction called Mission to Mars was in dire need of retooling. Mission to
Thanks to
Mars opened
reusability.
in
I will not be eating
1975,
pictures.
replacing the similar attraction Flight to the Moon.
Sounds
Flight to
terrible.
the Moon, originally named Rocket to the Moon, was one of the original Disneyland attractions, and all three variations of the show were very basic. Guests would enter the theater, which had a circular design with screens on the floor and the ceiling, simulating
People
a trip to outer space.
People
By the
dumped loved
1990s, it
ones'
was viewed by
ashes on the
guests as
Haunted
quite
Mansion
boring.
ride.
The new Imagineers hoped
sweet.
that they could replace Mission to Mars with a show starring Xenomorph, the
Sorry,
alien
NIT.
from Alien. Eisner loved the idea, but the head Imagineers did not. The head Imagineers decided to go to George Lucas, who agreed that Alien was not a good fit for the park, although it could have just been the fact that he was jealous of the film's success. You know, he gets like that sometimes.
There's no way to know what's going to happen. You know, we're never going to beat Titanic. Nobody can.
So Lucas convinced Eisner that he should drop the alien tie-in and make the attraction less frightening. Eisner told the small team of Imagineers to continue with the attraction with the help of Lucas, but without the use of the franchise. This original attraction would be called Extraterrestrial Alien Encounter. In 1994, test audiences experienced the show for the first time, and they were horrified. Many
Cowards,
complained that it was too scary, but Eisner didn't agree. He was concerned that small flaws in the show, such as plot points and timing, were holding it back from being as scary as it could be. The attraction closed after a few weeks of testing for adjustments, but Eisner essentially gave up on the project 6 months into the retooling for unknown reasons. Nevertheless, he allowed Extraterrestrial Alien Encounter to open.
Scott, the Magic Kingdom as a whole.
I really want to see this fucking ride now.
It's the all-new Tomorrowland. Hold on to your seat as Scott gets set for a chilling visit with an extraterrestrial.
Fear not, people of the future. We are simply visitors from
Thanks
your
to
past.
Lactual and Trullo.
We are friendly. Hi. And we come looking for scary attractions. We do.
I miss
I'll
when
check it out,
Disney
Mumbo,
World
for sure.
promos were hosted by drunk dads instead of annoying kids.
Hi, where are you from?
London, England.
All right, so you are an alien.
Hey, Steven.
Yes.
Man, this guy is trashed.
I know you're all a little nervous, but I'm sure there's nothing to worry about. No, it's all right. So just part of the chair. Hopefully.
Holy shit!
All right, everybody, here comes Mr. Alien.
God, this guy fucking sucks. Oh God! Real glass? Actually, just blows real glass into the crowd. That'd be nuts.
It's not good. I mean, it's great, but it's not good. There's something loose in here. It's over there. Sorry, it's over there.
So, what is the ride?
No, I'm not going to tell you what happened. But you don't want to miss it. Because it's not going to miss you. Anybody seen my shoe?
So the attraction was broken into 3 parts. Guests enter the Tomorrowland Interplanetary.
I'm confused. So you just sit there and like watch
some
the alien escape?
At the center. These are quite humorous. Mission to Mars, History or Hoax, referencing the previous attraction Mission to Mars, while also taking a shot at NASA truthers. Championship Pet Show, with the tagline, because when it comes to your space pet, what goes down must not come up. And the Walt Disney Company's Pan-Galactic Stockholders Meeting. Then XS Tech is introduced as the current holder of the convention space. The video has an introduction by the company's president, L.C. Clench, portrayed by Jeffrey Jones. That detail becomes quite important later.
After all,
if something can't be done with excess, then it shouldn't be done at all.
This video is quite eerie, and white noise is pumped into the room to add to the effect. The next area is a demo hosted by a robot named Sir, short for Simulated Intelligence Robotic. He shows the audience an example of XS Tech's teleportation technology, the focus of the main show they are about to see.
No, you may not get out. You're our lucky volunteer.
During the 6 months in between the soft open and the grand opening, some parts of the pre-show were tweaked to be more sinister in an attempt to scare children away before the real horror.
Yeah, take that, dumbass milk-drinking, diaper-wearing kids.
Technology on a cute alien named Skippy. Sir tells Skippy that he is going to teleport him across the room. This has some pretty gruesome results.
Phase 1 of the process has begun. Disintegration into molecular components. And here's the little skipper now. Oh, shut up, Scruffy. You're not burned. You've just got a healthy glow.
Now comes time for the main show, which is difficult to describe. Special restraints were added to the Mission to Mars
Slepty and resub Trey and give sub Clint.
The restraints lower and a video begins on the screen attached to the walls around the room. Two XS Tech employees begin
Is it
to
Tin
introduce
Funkin'?
the
No, I don't think I've seen
demonstration,
that.
but are
Maybe
interrupted
next.
by Clench, still voiced by Jeffrey Jones, still important later, who claims that he doesn't want to teleport someone in the audience, but instead himself.
Yes, very. Hello, everyone. I recalculated our plan. You see, if we bring one of
So this
you
is all
here,
the
well,
pre-show to the
just
alien
get to meet
ride?
one of you. However, if I'm teleported to Earth, I can meet all of you, shake each hand, and personally answer all your questions about the wonders of
Thanks,
Excess.
Mr.
I'll
Golden
be with
Warrior.
you in just a moment. Prepare yourselves for an unforgettable encounter.
During the
Man, they
process,
put a lot of
however,
effort into the
unmistakably,
pre-shows. I never noticed.
An alien from a foreign planet is transported into the room instead. The alien breaks out of the teleportation tube, and the power surge causes the lights to go black.
Thanks, Gift
Certain
Centurion.
special effects enhance the attraction's experience. For one, each chair is surrounded sound speakers that assist in visualizing the location
Yeah, I
of the
know it's
alien
Lilo
in
and
the dark.
Stitch now.
Also, water is misted on the audience to simulate the creature's saliva, or excess blood, as he eats the employees. The final main show has some more changes that weren't in the original version. For instance, many audiences didn't realize that the alien had the ability to fly, so dialogue was added to make it more clear.
Skinlock. Since when
I can't see a
does Clench
fucking
have
thing.
Wings?
Also, Eisner noticed that the audience was screaming over integral plot details, so the ride's pace was changed and this line was added.
People of Earth, quiet! Listen to me, please! Don't scream! If you remain perfectly quiet, it probably won't eat you.
The experience
Eisner
ends
seems
with
so
alien
personally
Cap
offended
appearing
that
in
his
the tube
plot
one
isn't
final
working
time
that
before
well.
The shield's barricaded in. The house lights come on and guests exit the area, and that was extraterrestrial alien encounter. So what is there now? Well, in 2004, it was replaced by Stitch's Great Escape, essentially a kid-friendly
2004?
version of Alien Encounter. Instead of the alien licking you and eating people, Stitch burps in your face. Many fans of Alien Encounter
I must have went on
despise
the
this ride, and it never became
Alien
truly popular among
Terrestrial at some
in
point.
fact, in September 2016, it was announced that the attraction would become seasonal only, as opposed to daily as it had been for 12 years. So why was it closed? Well, no one really knows, but there are some good guesses out there. Most obviously, the experience was absolutely terrifying,
Thanks to
and
Prime
many guests
Edan.
complained that it was inappropriate for the Magic Kingdom. Also, Lilo and Stitch was a huge hit in 2002, so the change makes sense from a marketing standpoint when you consider that Alien Encounter didn't have a movie tie-in, and there had recently been a welcome addition of a cartoon alien to Disney's character lineup.
True, that all
Perhaps
makes
the most
sense.
interesting reason for its closure is Jeffrey Jones. Yes, now that is important. He stars in the footage throughout the attraction as Clench.
Yeah, someone
In
recommended him a
2002,
while ago,
one year
Yuan.
before Alien Encounter's closure, Jones was arrested for child pornography and luring and photographing an underage boy.
Oh.
This is a huge no-no for Disney. They
I
don't
would think
like to be
so.
involved
A
with
pretty
sex
big no-no
offenders,
for
and I
society,
don't blame
too,
them.
in fact.
This is speculated as one of the reasons Alien Encounter was nixed. So that is the history of extraterrestrial Alien Encounter. Click on the link below if you're interested in learning where the remains of Alien Encounter are today.
What a crazy
how
conclusion.
I'm going to get them back, and where I will
And this
place
scary
it in-
ride was closed because the actor in the pre-show was a pedophile. Just as you would have expected if you'd been paying attention. What a twist. Is it Tier 1 Project Rona? No. Oh my god, don't even tell. He's made something on the Back to the Future ride. I'm gonna be watching fucking Defunct Land all night at this point. Back to the Future ride was my favorite ride until it was gone, and then it switched to Men in Black. Back to the Future ride was such a fucking banger. Last Defunct Land, and I swear to God. This ride was so good. Oh, it was so good. And I was just a huge fan of the movies anyway, so this had a special place in my boners.
Great Scott. My name is Kevin
Thanks,
Perger,
Teresa
and welcome to another
Arkfang.
edition in Defunct
And the bits
Land.
clumsy and
For
squidsy.
background/context on this series, please visit thepurge.com with the link below.
You know, Andrew
Before we
that
get
makes
started
those
with
videos
this
is the
episode,
one
I have a couple of
that's
things
in the
to
videos
say
we make at the
/
warehouse,
announce.
Squidsy, right?
First,
Of
no
course I've
voice
seen them.
modulator. I've been trying to perfect this for the last 10 or so videos, and apparently I was just making
Yeah, I
it
guess
worse.
not,
So this voice seems unnaturally high to me. Hopefully you like it better.
Thanks to Resub
Also,
Chimkey.
we have a subreddit now. Please go subscribe to it so we can have
Prime
post-episode
cute.
discussions, more suggestions, and we can find more people to visit Defunctland. I will also be placing polls here from time to time, the first of which is for what we will name the land that Pretzel Dark Rides and Superstar Limo are currently in. If I find that a majority of you prefer Facebook, I might make a Facebook group, but I'm trying out the subreddit first. Alright, enough of me, back to Defunctland.
Thanks to Tier 1 Star King.
Attempting to resurrect Universal Studios' extinct attraction, Back to the Future: The Ride.
So good.
This attraction was at Universal
So
Studios
good.
Florida from 1991 to 2007.
You sit in a DeLorean and it
Universal
fucking
Studios
bumps and
Hollywood
moves
from
around.
1993
And Doc
to
Brown's like,
2007.
holy shit,
Universal Studios
we're
Japan
traveling through
from
time.
2001 to 2016. The ride was
And
suggested
you're 6
by
years old and you're going, oh my god.
Alfie Davies, Beav Bennett,
God, it was good.
Chris Perez, Dave the Wave 007, Dean C., Dr. Doofus, Doug Jackson, Harper 414, Kelton Lynn.
Alright, holy
Ricky
shit, we don't
JC.
need the whole credits
The
here.
Future Ride opened in 1991.
Let's run
The
it.
idea dates back all the way to 1986, where Peter Alexander and Steven Spielberg met at the Universal Studios backlot the day before the King Kong encounter would
Thanks to
debut
Resub
on the
MILF
tram tour.
and
Spielberg told Alexander of a
Chuckin, and he
conversation
gives
he
some
had
pillow.
with Lucas while riding Disneyland's Star Tours attraction. Lucas told Spielberg that he was impressed with Disney's ride, and that he thought Universal couldn't ever match it. Spielberg took this as a challenge, and asked Alexander to adapt the Back to the Future trilogy that he produced into a ride. The idea of a Back to the Future roller coaster had been thrown around but never developed, because
Wow.
Universal's creative team realized that the coaster would move too fast to tell the story effectively. However, the idea of a Star Tour style
Easy Tier 1
motion
Blake and
simulator
give
would
sub
solve this
Resub
issue.
King and give sub
With the
Pasta
approval
Boy.
of Universal, Peter Alexander and his team began production on a Back to the Future simulator. Boss Film Studios, headed by Academy Award-winning visual effects artist Richard Edlund, was hired
Richard, my man.
and worked
Thanks for
on the
Back to the
project
Future,
with
big
artist
guy.
Greg McGillivray, who created this concept art for the ride dome. Alexander, Edlund, and their crews would periodically rent an empty Omnimax theater in Vancouver, left over from the 1986 World's Fair, to test the demo films Edlund's crew were creating. They even built a mock ride vehicle to experience the film with the motion effects.
Oh
Boss
god,
Film
the
supposedly
nostalgia's
spent a
coming
year
on.
in this production process,
Oh
but they were not
boy.
involved in the creation of the final
Woo.
ride film, and there are two theories as to why. One, which comes from Jim Hill Media again, claims that the plan was to open the Universal Studios Hollywood attraction at the same time as the Universal Studios Orlando version. Both parks would use some of their budget to fund the ride film, but somewhere during the construction of the Universal Studios Hollywood version of the ride, the foundation became off by 6 feet, which means that the joint construction contract between the two parks wouldn't work out. Universal Studios Florida went about rehiring the original contractors when Douglas Trumbull, another famous special effects supervisor, and his company Entertainment Design Workshop put in a lower bid than Boss Films. Universal then supposedly chose Trumbull over Edlund. The other theory is
Tier
that
1
Edlund's
Sleek
demo
Ack.
films were not good. Producer and screenwriter of the Back to the Future trilogy, Bob Gale, apparently claimed that it was absolutely terrible, because instead of an original story like the one that we got in the attraction, Edlund's film was essentially a flyover of the pre-existing story and sets from the movies. It was also said that Edlund's film had a weird fixation on blimps, and many different styles of blimps were supposed to fly around.
That's a
the
weird
board.
fetish.
At some point, whether it be
I'll make the
in
Back
Edlund's
to the
film or
Future
an early
ride, but only if we can have
version of
blimps.
Doc Brown was to have an
I
evil
like
twin
blimps.
brother that would serve as the antagonist, an idea that was changed in order to have a stronger connection to the movies with Biff. Regardless of why Edlund's film never came to fruition, the
Thanks to
move
Tier
to
1
Trumbull
Angel,
might have been a
Resub
good
Scarpo,
idea,
and Brown.
because the ensuing ride film was fun, exciting, and technologically impressive. The 4-minute ride film was shot on 70mm film and was to be projected on an 80-foot diameter Omnimax dome screen. Omnimax is a type of IMAX theater that displays film shot with a wide fisheye lens.
I always
It's
thought that was
typically
going to be the
used in
future of
museums
movies
and
growing
science
up.
centers, but Universal would use this technology to immerse riders
It
in the
clearly
ride.
wasn't. In
Many
fact,
of the
it's pretty
creators
dead,
of the
I
film
think.
appeared in it either as an institute scientist or a security guard. The DeLoreans would of course be hydraulically powered and programmed to move with the film.
Is it Tier
an effect
1
that Universal
Syax?
expected to cause motion sickness among many visitors, which actually didn't happen. Riders instead became
Oh.
incredibly thirsty after the ride, which Universal solved by adding water fountains near the exits.
God damn
In
it.
the end, Universal had constructed
Fuck.
the largest ride simulator ever created.
It's so cool!
Universal MCA began promoting
It was such a
Back
good
to the Future
ride.
in 1989 through the Back to the Future trilogy's anniversary publications, but the ride film wouldn't be completed until 1990. By now, I think we all should know the disaster that was the opening of Universal Studios Florida.
I wouldn't call it a
And MCA
disaster.
wanted to
Bill
avoid
Cosby
this
was
with
there,
Back to the Future.
and he's
So the
never had
attraction's
anything go
January
wrong.
1991 opening would be pushed back to May to avoid another
Let's
embarrassing
do Tier 1
opening.
Cypher.
The attraction did begin technical rehearsals in the early months of 1991, and 600,000 people had already tested the ride before its official opening date of May 2nd, 1991. And this was another star-studded premiere for Universal Studios Florida, but this time it wouldn't be embarrassing, because the ride worked perfectly.
Yeah, and
the
it's
original
cool.
actors and crew of Back to the Future were thoroughly impressed by the ride, and so were the visitors. Universal Studios Florida had been struggling to match Disney MGM Studios at this time, and Back to the Future caused a surge in summer attendance.
It's a good
MCA claimed that they had topped Disney for the
exercise
season
needle.
in attendance, even though a
Thanks for
lot
the
of
bits,
their
Jay.
visitors had free passes due to the technical failings of the past year. Regardless, the Back to the Future attraction that took nearly 5 years from concept to completion and $40 million to make had salvaged Universal Studios Florida.
Movies have
It was so good too.
supernatural to the
Son
limitless
of a
ocean
bitch.
of outer space. Even earthbound exploration makes a quantum leap in time in the 1990 release Back to the Future.
No, no more Defunct Land after this one. The last one.
Hello, anybody home? Huh? What are you looking at, butthead? Wait a second.
What do you mean no one reacted that way? Every time he said that, I had a big hearty giggle in the line.
Now that you're here, time travel volunteers, I can give you your pre-flight briefing. There's a lot you'll need to know if you're to successfully cross the space.
My god, I'm getting hit with super hard nostalgia. Jesus, Doc. I'm traveling back in time? Ah! I rode this so many times. I'd make my parents just do circles. We'd do the ride once, get right back in line, run it again. Do that 3 or 4 times. I love this ride.
Brown's Wonder Car and enter a new dimension for the most awesome ride
Holy
of our
shit.
lives.
The Back to the Future ride was the most staffed ride at Universal Studios, requiring 35 employees to guide
Thanks
guests
for
to the
resub, Kid
cars,
Meth.
buckle them up, and ensure the ride went smoothly. However, the ride was very simple to start, and took just the push of a button. Guests wait outside the Institute of Future
Don't really have good
Technology,
motivation for your problem,
watching
but just
video
think,
of the
what would
Back to
Doc
the
Brown
Future
do?
trilogy, as well as the new footage of Doc Brown with other scientists and his other inventions. Once inside the Institute, it is explained to them that they would be volunteers in one of Doc Brown's time travel experiments. They were also informed that Biff, who had escaped from 1955 in Doc Brown's DeLorean, is somewhere in the space-time continuum. Doc shows images of his new 8-passenger convertible
gift sub,
time
Jay.
machine, a way to explain the ride's
Yeah, we've
cars.
watched pretty much all
Biff
of
appears
BattleBots.
unbeknownst to Doc, asking the guests where the time machine is. Then, Heather, a receptionist at the Institute and the same actress that played Spike in Back to the Future Part 2, tells guests to stand
Oh,
by
interesting.
for
I never
an offer
noticed
from
that.
Doc, who has been locked in his office by
But
Biff.
again, I'm not like a
Biff
Back to the
steals
Future
DeLorean
lore
and
expert
sets
either,
off into the
to be fair.
space-time continuum.
Just like the ride a
Doc
lot
explains that he
in the
needs
movies.
the guests to travel to 88 miles per hour and bump Biff's DeLorean, which would open a time vortex that would send them back to the Institute. Guests are given some safety instructions before being guided into their DeLoreans. Once the doors close, the DeLorean hovers, speeds up to 88 miles per
Oh,
hour,
man.
and leaves the Institute. The Omnimax Dome created an incredible
I hope he plays the
convincing
entire
illusion,
video.
and the DeLorean had
It's so
exceptionally
good.
jerky movements to sell it as well. The experience seemed as though the individual guests' cars were alone, but this belief would be broken if guests simply turned their heads to the left or right. They would see 3 other cars. There were actually
Yeah, but nobody
24
did that.
cars,
It was like
12 in
Knight's
each of the
Honor.
ride's 2 domes.
Don't
There were
ruin
3
it.
tiers of DeLoreans, 4 per step, so each had the best possible view of the Omnimax screen. Also, the 2 separate domes ensured that the ride would never completely shut down. Doc and Biff frequently appear on the DeLorean screen as the 2 cars fly through time, visiting 2015 Hill Valley, and oh look, it's a styrofoam cup left on the model table. They then crash into the clock tower and visit the
Well, you
Ice
ruined the
Age
ride
and
for me. I
the
hate it
Stasis
now.
period, where they encounter a dinosaur and a lava fall. Biff loses control of his DeLorean and begs Doc to help him. The guests are able to successfully
Oh,
help
man.
him, sending both back to the Institute, where Biff is taken by security. Doc thanks the guests
It's
and
so
reminds them that the
nostalgic.
future is what they make it. The guests leave the Institute as the song Back in Time is played. Outside the Institute
Son
there
of
were
a
replicas
bitch.
from the film, such as the hoverboards, as well as one of the modified DeLoreans and the locomotive from the 3rd movie. As I said, the ride was a huge success and a fan favorite. After problems with the construction of the Hollywood version were revised, the California attraction opened in 1993.
Who
8
cares
years
about
later,
that?
A Japanese version of the ride opened at Universal Studios Japan. So why did it close? Well, theoretically, the lifespan of the ride was always limited, as they did travel to the future of 2015. So if the ride would have survived long after that, it would have seemed outdated.
We've never seen 2015 though.
In the movies. The actual reason is that Universal wanted to move on to newer franchises, as they did with Jaws and Confrontation and many of their other
I'm glad they kept the Mummy ride though. That ride's still so good.
Decided to shut down one of the 2 domes of the ride in 2007, claiming to be looking into future opportunities for it. The ride officially closed in Florida on March 30th, 2007.
Thanks, Prime Slammer and Reset D-Man.
More of a proper send-off,
and
with
Max.
Christopher Lloyd and Bob Gale present at a special event to count down to the ride's closure and give away a DeLorean car. The Hollywood version officially closed on September 3rd, 2007. However, the Japan version of the ride wouldn't close until May 31st, 2016. The Back to the Future rides in the United States would be replaced with the Simpsons ride, a ride that followed a similar queue, plot, and ride experience, this time only themed after The Simpsons. A few notable differences are the move away from Omnimax to overlapping projections, as well as the less jerky, more smooth motion of the ride's cars. Also, the new ride would be completely animated, while Back to the Future's ride filmed used stop-motion animation and models to pull off its effects. The Simpsons rides would officially open
I don't even
in May
think I've ever
2007.
been on the Simpsons ride.
The Japan version of the ride would be replaced with another simulator attraction, Despicable Me Minion Mayhem, which can already be found in the United States parks. The Japanese version of the ride opened in April of 2017.
My God.
While Back to the Future the ride can no longer be found at any Universal Studios park, it does live on in a few ways. One is an incredibly depressing cameo of Doc Brown in the pre-ride video sequence of the Simpsons ride, where he appears attempting to borrow money in a desperate attempt to save the Institute of Future Technology. Another way is the DVD
I appreciate that.
Film.
Thank you, Nebus.
Sometime around 1993, an employee of the ride recorded the entire attraction, including pre-ride and on-ride footage, and began selling bootlegs of it, some of which can still be found online today. 2 years after the Back to the Future rides closed in the United States, Universal decided it might be a profitable idea to release all of the ride footage on a special version of the Back to the Future film. The released film is unfortunately pretty terrible, because it is cut down or cropped quite a bit from the IMAX version, has lost frames and has flickers, and includes a horrible, inaccurate virtual dashboard of the DeLorean. That said, there are people on the internet attempting to recreate the original IMAX reel, and they are also doing some other interesting things that I'm going to talk about in a moment.
What?
So that is the history of Back to the Future.
Wait, so we have like some serious Back to the Future fans out there.
Question, which is Defunctland a real thing?
They're just rebuilding the entire ride from scratch.
But I want it to be. And I think I found a good way to do this that wouldn't require on how to improve the park. Because this is going to be our park. I mean, you guys...
Oh, this is about the overarching project that he's taking on. Thanks to the resub droid. And the resub party cup. Yeah, but you know what still exists? The Mummy ride. Because The Mummy is the best movie ever made. Also the Men in Black ride, because that's the most fun ride there is. I don't even know why they even still have like a souvenir shop for the Men in Black ride. Or the Mummy, for that matter. I don't think that merch is really flying off the shelves anymore. Most people don't remember either one. Well, I guess Men in Black more, though, because one just came out like a year ago with Chris Hemsworth, and it was really fucking horrible. I'm pretty sure we watched that one a while ago, Colby. Thanks to Resub Mimic. All Gas, No Brakes. As many of you know, that was like one of my favorite channels on YouTube. I don't know how many of you know this, but All Gas, No Brakes is dead. Oh, Jesus. Andrew, the guy, is not dead. I mean the channel. Sorry. The channel is dead. So, I definitely phrased that poorly. The channel is dead. What happened is the deal between Andrew and the parent, Doing Things Media, has led to him being thrown off of this channel and the Patreon. So he no longer makes any money from All Gas No Brakes channel or the Patreon because Doing Things Media is a predatory piece of shit. Yeah. So All Gas No Brakes, the channel, is gone. I'm sure they're going to try and move on without Andrew, considering that's all they have. Doing Things Media is truly fucking horrendous. Look at what they own. Literally all they have is Instagram meme pages that steal other people's memes. And then for some reason they also had All Gas No Brakes. It's so fucking sad. They really took advantage of it, Andrew. They really fucking did. I was reading about it the other day. And then, what's his Instagram? Can I just find it with Andrew, all gas, no brakes? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, he talks about it in this. I hate Instagram. Man, Instagram fucking sucks. But yeah, he made a post kind of detailing what's going on. Again, pretty much what I just said. Doing Things Media fucked him in the ass raw. He seems like a really good guy too. Definitely didn't deserve it. He built that shit from the ground up. Doing Things Media did nothing for him. Well, I mean, they gave him the RV and $4,000. Yeehaw. I mean, it's not all doom and gloom though. He also has a deal with Tim from Tim and Eric. So I believe what's going to happen is Tim's company, Absolutely Productions, are going to fully take on Andrew, and they'll probably create their own thing. So it's not it's not completely the end, but All Gas No Brakes, that YouTube channel, is Doing Things Media, and we will probably never see Andrew on that again. I was reading all about it the other day. Thanks to Prime Sponke, Local Sad Boy, and the Gift Sub Viking, and Resub Supportive Guy, Owen Chief, and Hentai Guy. Oblivion NPC Greg Thompson. In just a second. So yeah, just a little heads up for any All Gas No Brakes fans. Because it seems like a lot of people did not know about this, which I find surprising because I actually fucking read about it on the front page of Reddit. Really sad story. Andrew got machinimud. He got fucking raw machinimud. Alright, so what is it? Oblivion NPC Greg Thompson. What am I looking for? This?
How do you feel?
Not good.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you feel angry? Sad? Tense?
This is pretty intense, yeah.
No. I feel sick. I have a bad headache.
This guy is a classically trained thespian.
Today?
Yes, I have.
Drama Club is looking good!
Did you feel sick yesterday?
No.
Alright, sorry to cut it short. I'm not a huge fan of memes. That seems fine, but I'm actually going to shit my pants if I don't go right now, so I'm going to go take a shit. I'll be right back. Thanks, Resub Parasite. Oh, shit. I'm back, team. What the fuck is up? Thanks to the resub SCU Dump and Quickster and Rose. And the bits Cuff. Alright. Cookie Monster, Elmo getting Times Square trouble. Sure. Alright. Thanks to Resub Dynamics.
Take as many as you like.
Stephen Crass used to work in construction. That's him in the
No,
Transformers
no.
costume. After
Thanks
his
to the 5
business
oven.
went under, he built a costume out of plastic panels and joined the cast of characters
Resub
who walked
Schubert.
the New York streets begging for tips.
Come on in.
On a good day, he's made as much as $280. On his worst, a mere 17 bucks.
It's easy to say, oh yeah, these guys make 300 a day. Yeah, on that one day, and then the next time you saw them, they were begging for lunch money, which is what I'm doing now. I'm currently trying to earn money to pay back the money I borrowed for lunch.
As the numerous
Goddamn.
Elmos and Cookie Monsters walk the streets fighting for the same tips, things can and do get ugly. Recently, a man dressed as Cookie Monster allegedly pushed a 2-year-old after his parents didn't tip. A man dressed as Super Mario was charged with groping a woman back in December, while the man in this video, dressed as Elmo, was busted last summer for shouting anti-Semitic slurs.
What the fuck?
Don't use Michael Milken's International Jew brand leapfrog. Don't use Michael Milken's International Jewish toy.
Some of the costume
What?
characters are a little too aggressive. It's just how it is. These guys can't see anything, especially when it's in the shade, and especially when there's a big crowd on top of them.
Thanks to the resub.
Visibility out of
Iski.
here is like this. I mean, I literally cannot see anything. And that's what the accusations all are.
Yeah, I've watched
Elmo
the
broke
Leon
me,
Lion stuff.
Spider-Man punched me, so-and-so pushed down my kid. I'm sorry, I just don't believe that.
And those New Yorkers who stopped to pose agree. The bad behavior may just be isolated incidents and welcome the huggable attractions.
It brings more kids to come to Times Square because they already know that these characters are here.
As long as their parents remember to tip. In New York, Bonnie Ghosh, Associated Press.
That's pretty fucking wild. I usually like to watch the mascot fights. I remember we watched, who was it? Was it Elmo? No, it was Spider-Man fighting in Times Square. Spider-Man fucking threw down. Thanks to Prime Tyler and the resub Longular. I'm very familiar with that channel, Rip. Thanks, Alolan. NPC in the middle of the road. I've seen that. That's the one where the guy's on like the dirt road and then there's like a carriage being pulled by a horse or something, right? Thanks for the 5 gift subs, Full Metal. I'm assuming you got that recommended to you this week. That means everyone here also got that recommended to them. Thanks for the resub, Jesse. Hit! Oh, there it is. Finally. Fuck. That boy's been teasing me all night. Impractical Jokers I've always liked, yeah. Thanks to the resub, Nigel. John Boy Media Breakdowns. You're just recommending a huge YouTuber. I'm very familiar with Oasia. Joel Haver, another huge YouTuber. Again, not really what we're looking for. To be fair, we went on a Defunct Land binge there for a minute, and he's a big channel. But I mean, those kind of things are exception. Those are like full-blown, like informational, wild stuff. Not just like standard YouTuber stuff. Yeah, we've done quite a bit of Lamino and a bit of Nexpo recently as well. So I make exceptions for stuff like that, but very rarely. Thanks, Lavender, and I don't know what my all-time favorite is. Thanks to resub Nate and the 5 gift subs Tempest. Hope you've been well, Tempest. Alpha, I already said I've seen that. That's what I said earlier. I'm pretty sure I've even made a video on Leo the Lion as well. I know I did for Joshua and the Promised Land, and I'm pretty sure they're both made by the same guy. He's the Prime World Frog. Gail Cord Schuler. Looks at Prime Toto. Why do people recommend her? You're like the third person to recommend her, but I don't get it. It's genuinely just a woman that records herself talking about pretty much everything ever. And it's not weird or bad or anything.
Cooking channel. Zach Knight suggested I do this, and I am a big time cook. The reason I'm doing this is because I'm getting really big into cooking.
I mean, it's literally her just talking about herself. I don't know why people recommend it.
International gourmet food on a budget of about
$180
to $90 a month. Then subscribe to my channel and follow my videos.
Of course I remember Want to Marry Harry. He's the tier 1 brunette. Is that a music video? Princess and the Frog Wu-Tang battle. This? Real Baby Mamas of Richmond. Someone recommended that a while ago. It's not very good. I mean, I can watch it for a second, I guess.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, this is another... Oh, this is like when Woody busted it wide open. How common are mascot dance battles? Thanks to the gift sub Shidu and resub Beep Mode. Hey, Fifth. Yeah, I have absolutely seen that. That was huge at the time. Sherwood Extreme. Someone recommended... Maybe it was you guys last night as well. I have that on another tab. I still haven't looked into it, though. Appreciate the 5. Booze Kashi. It's a sport that uses a dead goat as a ball. What website do you think you're on right now, bro? You think I can watch a sport where they kick a dead goat as a ball? Keen Ziet. Song we listened to in my German class. That does not sound interesting, but sure. Well, I don't know what that means, so let me just do it on another window here. So this. Thanks to the Prime. Play with your buns and resub Integra and Maxifer. Pretty good. Thanks to bitch Dr. Pong. Yeah, that was pretty wild. React to this video, you scammed me last time. I don't know why people keep donating to recommend videos, man. I don't know it. I've never asked for that. I usually just read chat suggestions. It's more often than not, the people that like donate to recommend a video, donate to recommend the worst fucking videos we ever watch. So I didn't scam you, man. I don't know why you donate to recommend it. Just fucking put it in the chat. But here, just for you, I will. World War I, 1914 Epic History. Alright. So you actually just want me to watch a history lesson? I'm all for like learning about history and shit, but why? We'll watch some. Thanks to the resub Imcos and Brotindodes.
(1914). The great powers of Europe are divided into two rival alliances. The Triple Entente.
Thanks to Prime Trent.
France, Britain, and Russia, united by fear and suspicion of Germany, Europe's new strongest power. And the Triple Alliance. Germany, which fears encirclement by its rivals. Austro-Hungary, clinging on to a fragile empire. And Italy, seeking gains at French expense.
Thanks to the resub
The
Stuff Cam.
spark comes on the 28th of June in the city of Sarajevo.
Oh, yes. Who could forget?
Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the Austro-Hungarian
This was
throne,
big.
is assassinated by a 19-year-old Slav nationalist named Gavrilo Princip. Austro-Hungary accuses its Balkan rival Serbia.
Now the stage is set. And the rest is history. Thanks to the resub Dick Tick in Nosferatu. Thanks to the tier 3 resub Nosferatu. Yeah, I've watched pretty much all of Xavier Renegade Angel. I used to like the show. Ever seen Primitive Survival Tool? Is that one of those primitive technology ripoffs? Oh, you know these are fake, right? I don't know this channel. This is the first I've seen them. But you do realize, like, most of these replica primitive technology channels are actually proven fake. They use real, like, actual equipment to do these things. Like, I was watching one that was behind the scenes. They brought in fucking, like, excavators and shit to make these. I don't know if you guys are in on that. I don't mean to tell you, you know, Santa's not real or whatever. But yeah, no, a lot of these are just straight fake. It's the resub Monka Clown and Dobby and Booty Cheese. Still looks cool. I mean, it doesn't look bad. But I mean, the draw of primitive technology in that entire genre was watching how these things would be built using tools of the old days. Not exactly, hey, let's use modern tools and try and make it look old. To me, that defeats the entire fucking purpose. He's a tier 1 Z Master. Oh, it's a classic cult. A tour of the Picket Slide Rule. What? A tour of the Picket? What does that mean? That? This? Have a look at my Picket Slide Rule collection. Oh, is this ruler collections?
Okay, welcome back. This is going to be the Picket episode. I finally am going to look at some Picket slide rules. I don't have too many picket slide rules and
Here's
videos,
the
but I
prime
recently
hedgehog
made a video on the N4,
milk,
which I'm going to bring up again in this video. So let's kind of take a tour through the late picket slide rule catalog. Most of the slide rules I have, you see here, purpose.
Why did you write? What?
Very early on switches to aluminum slide rules.
This isn't even like a goofy collection.
So you can see, very classic picket construction is the layout. The N3 and N4.
I don't even know what the fuck a picket slide is. Before the graphing calculator, the slide rule was the archetypal instrument for engineering students at MIT. Fucking idiots. Imagine not having a calculator. Thanks to Tier 1 Crunch and Prime Assassin. Should do a science lesson and listen to the glycolysis song. What is going on? What are these suggestions? What do you mean? Want to learn about glycolysis now? Just a bunch of fucking, like, professors in here? Need me to make your lesson plan for you? Thanks to the Prime Kitsune. Hey, welcome, Z-Master. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, I'm still gonna... I'll check in on Court Cam now, actually, because I already know I might forget. Let's just check in on Court Cam. Thanks to resub Fresh Brew in K9. Well, there's a lot of Night Watch episodes. Jesus. Hey, Court Cam. Judge makes everyone go to jail for 30 days. Really? He was having a bad day.
Next, we take you to a hearing inside the Owsley County Courthouse in Boonville, Kentucky. The defendant is Shane Bird, who's charged with driving under the influence. The presiding judge is William Bo Leach.
What's up, William?
One call on docket.
The attorney to review charge.
Bird's hearing just ended, and the defendant, who's off camera, has
No, we did Darman and Vid Chronicles last week.
To a woman he injured while driving under the influence. The issue seems settled, but not so fast. The blonde woman sitting in the back of the courtroom is Ingrid Bird,
hey,
the
Ingrid.
defendant's wife. And sitting in the row directly in front of her is the victim's mother,
Uh-oh.
Peggy Gabbard.
Ingrid's about to go nuts.
Ready to begin the next case when suddenly fists begin to fly.
Oh, Jesus, Ingrid! She just got clobbered. Whoa, boy. Whoa, now. God.
Moments earlier, the gallery seemed calm.
Call on docket.
Then things quickly turned ugly.
Oh, fuck. Cameraman blew it.
It's not clear who took the first swing, but that woman on the left with the brown hair is Gabbard, the victim's mother. And she lands a solid right.
Yeah, that was big.
The unidentified woman in the stripes appears to step in on behalf of the defendant's wife.
Oh, did she get involved too? She's like 70 years old.
The man approaching the fight in the orange jumpsuit is Shane Bird, the defendant.
All right.
In a few minutes, his wife, Ingrid Bird, is removed from the scene and orders restored.
Thanks to Resub Rhino.
But the incident is far from over, as Judge Leach...
classic Jello.
Everybody that was in there, the lady with the red purse, you need to go to the jury box. Who else was involved in that fight? I ain't got no red. All right.
Wait, what do you mean? She didn't do anything, though.
Any of the participants to leave.
Red purse, I told you to come up here. Put him right there.
Ooh, the whole class is getting fucked.
And don't think the judge has forgotten about the defendant.
The fellow over here that got up out of the jury box. All right, Shane Bird. And...
Thanks to Tier 1 Pizza Jim.
Y'all got names on everybody that's in that? You got up out of the jury box, and I told you not to when you were running over there saying that was your wife. So, everybody that was in that...
What's he supposed to do? His wife just got slapped hard as fuck. Be like, hey, please stop beating my wife's ass. Thank you.
30 days in jail.
The fool in my courtroom, you're all going to have something else coming. So, everybody gets 30 days for contempt. You want me to bring her back? What you all thought this was, but this isn't going to happen in my courtroom.
Damn.
In a court of law, you are out of your mind. You are out of your mind if you think you're going to try to stop anything in court. We got bailiffs in here to do it. And you're sitting in there in jail right now.
And where were those bailiffs, William? What do you mean?
This is insane.
What?
The incident ends with at least 4 people being charged with contempt.
They were so behind.
Mother, Peggy Gabbard, the defendant, Shane
This guy
Bird,
had to completely separate them.
shirt, and Shane Bird's wife, Ingrid, who's also hit with an additional charge of assault. Judge Leach gets back to work, but not before sending a final warning.
Breaks out anything today, you're going to get 6 months in jail on contempt.
Thanks to Prime Holy French and resub
Want
shake.
to try me? You wait and see if you don't get 6 months in jail.
Damn, William just said I want to feel
fan
big
of
today.
Fort Camp.
I want to feel real big. I'm gonna send this 90-year-old woman to jail for 30 days. See if she lives. That'll teach you to try and protect your daughter. Thanks for the bits, Wheeler. And Gunk. Probably won't check in on stream, Gunk, but I'll look it up. I'll take your word for it. I'll check in later. Thanks to Prime Shades and Robert. We've watched the Thumb Wrestling Championship. It's kind of underwhelming. I like the concept, though. And yeah, I watch pretty much all of his videos, KH. Thanks to Tier 1 Cryptation. And Wheela, I don't know any other chefs that we haven't already watched. Judge calls teen stupid. Not exactly the most attention-grabbing title. Court Cam should have Ludwig do their titles.
First up, we're in Vancouver, Washington, where a 16-year-old is in juvenile court after violating his probation. He's joined by his mother. Next to them is the court clerk.
Thanks to Resubtact.
But noticeably absent is his attorney. As Judge John Woolley inquires about the lawyer's whereabouts, the teen addresses the court.
I would like to fight for myself.
Uh-oh.
It appears this young defendant
Uh-oh.
play Perry Mason, but Judge
Pulling a
Woolley
page out of
assumes
Onision's playbook.
That's a good idea.
Very good, very
That's not a
good.
smart play. That's like going out onto the field with the New York Yankees and you've never even learned how to play baseball.
That's fine.
Yeah, but he goes on Reddit sometimes. Let him do it.
In this matter. I'm not going to let him fly solo and walk into a court of law and try to practice law when he hasn't even finished high school.
I just wanted to say I'm guilty. That's all. I can just take what I get.
We're sending it over to Tuesday.
Okay.
What Judge Woolley doesn't clarify is that he believes a juvenile can't legally plead
What?
guilty without an attorney present.
I'm not going to accept an admission at this time.
We're not getting to do what we want.
Yeah, why can't we just let my son go to jail real quick? Fuck it. I don't even want to try.
So far, it looks like Judge Woolley's doing everything in his power to help this defendant. But when the teen continues to question him,
Why can't I just admit today that?
the judge loses his temper.
Uh-oh.
Because I'm doing my job, sir. My job requires that I protect your constitutional rights. You as an American citizen.
Oh god, he's going in. Holy shit, he's going raw.
Stupid to know
Whew.
that what I'm trying to do is protect you. Then
Oh
let
boy.
me spell it out for you. So step one is I bring the case back with an attorney, and then we talk.
Notice as the court clerk tries to signal to the teen to be quiet.
Because I'm doing my job, sir.
Then scores some brownie points with the boss by backing him up.
And our state Supreme Court has backed you up on that, didn't you?
They have. And I'm sure the U.S. Supreme would too.
And listen carefully as Mom expresses her dissatisfaction with the judge's choice.
What
of
do you
words.
mean?
Supreme Court has backed you up on that, didn't you?
They have. And I'm sure the U.S. Supreme would too.
Okay, you're going to take this and you're going to have a seat.
Thanks to Tier 1.
In court, actually.
Perhaps sensing the
Heinzel?
mood shift in the courtroom, Judge Woolley offers an apology.
And my apologies to everyone in this courtroom. I very rarely lose my temper.
If you want to call it that.
But when I do, it's usually because someone is too stupid to recognize that I'm trying to help them.
There are just a
Yeah, he's pretty fucking dumb, huh?
Woolley's back
This guy's
on
real
an
dumb.
Apology. One, he's just doubled down on calling the defendant stupid.
Which usually because someone is too stupid to recognize
Yeah,
that I'm
just
trying
keep
to
calling him
help them.
stupid. I mean, he is. He's
And
dumb.
two,
I very rarely lose my temper.
problem is, that's not entirely true.
Yes, it is.
Over a 2.5-year period, Judge Woolley was cited for 4 separate incidents by the Washington State Commission on Judicial Conduct for, quote, a pattern of discourteous, impatient, and undignified behavior.
No, that's somebody else. Wrong
Received
judge.
a public reprimand for his ill-tempered courtroom conduct.
Oh, that's not a smart play.
Thanks for being a fan.
Oh, that's it?
of
I thought there was
Court
gonna be
Cam.
some big reveal.
Subscribe to
And it turns out he went home and beat his son. That was gonna get like real wild. I mean, to be fair, that kid was dumb. Thanks to the Prime, Jason. And probably very Edvin. Is there any new K's cooking? Yep, but we don't do K's cooking anymore. In fact, we don't do a lot of those chefs anymore because for some reason chat can't seem to help but go leave mean comments. So we just don't do it anymore. Is that all the court cam they've uploaded? Damn, court cam they very rarely upload. Son of a bitch. Teen sues parents. Good. Okay. We'll do that in a second. Let me make sure I'm all caught up on court cam. Apparently I missed one somewhere. Oh, here it is. British teen outruns guard in court escape. Fuck yeah.
Next, we head to the Bradford Crown
True, you
Court
boy.
in Bradford, UK, for a rather dull-looking day that's about to get very interesting.
Oh god, he's going for... Man, what is this, 3 frames per second?
This is a 17-year-old who's just been sentenced to 21 weeks in jail for stealing a mobile phone. And this is 21-year-old Callum Fintner, who's about to press a button on the wall, allowing a door to fly open. So
Oh.
his very fast friend can attempt to escape.
It's a coordinated assault. Why is there a button to control the door over here?
Conspirator to full-on cheerleader. Once the convicted phone thief makes it out of the hallway, he takes off through the security checkpoint with 4 security officers in hot pursuit, and his loyal friend trailing close behind. It's obvious from the security camera footage
Please resub.
that the teen's speed is just too much
Kubi
for the
and
Bradford
Kerba?
Crown Court security team. By the time they get outside, 1, 2, 3 guards seem to decide it's just not worth chasing him any further. But one dedicated officer refuses to quit. He keeps up the pursuit.
The least athletic one of the
Slow
bunch.
pace.
Don't worry guys, I've got
Fintner
this.
shows up again and heads down the stairs, presumably to meet up with his friend and celebrate the successful getaway. Unfortunately for the daring duo, the mobile phone bandit was caught 2 days later and given an extra 6 months in jail for the escape.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
As for Fintner, by the time he stepped in front of the judge, he decided not to press his luck. He pled guilty to aiding and abetting his friend's escape and was sentenced to 3 months in jail.
Hey, 3 months for being a good
Thanks for being
friend
a
though.
fan
That's
of
I mean
Court
that's
Cam.
kind of worth it.
Subscribe to A&E to never...
No one will ever question his loyalty as a friend after that. That man bit a bullet. He fucking felt it. Any others? Nope. Man, they so rarely upload Court Cam. It's like the only good show they have left. I don't know why they're so scarce with the uploads on it. Thanks to resub Ghost Dick. And Nestor. That's sweet. Thanks, Peepington. Don't know how my stream saved your marriage, but I'm glad to hear it. Psychic brain massage. So I'm assuming it's the first one, but... Alright. Why do you keep recommending Sam O'Nella?
Afternoon.
He was literally on our podcast. I've obviously seen his work.
My name is Dr. Andrew Michaels. And today, we are going to do a psychic brain massage.
Well, fucking do it then, pussy. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Thanks to Tier 1 Dysentery and the Resub Jones. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Julie. Thanks to Resub Pump.
Lobes of the most important organ in the human body.
Damn. I'm expecting any minute now for him to like chug a fifth of vodka and just say shoe nice or something.
Can you feel?
Oh, 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 oh. Ooh.
Reaching out to you. Can you? You feel me pulling your psyche out?
Holy shit, he's powerful. God damn. Ooh, wait. Hey, whoa, be nice to the psyche.
You must focus on an imaginary dot in the middle of the screen.
Thanks to the bits. Cryptation.
It's right there.
Resub Foxy and Casey.
Always right there. You can see that which you wish to see. With your mind, we can connect.
Yes, please. Let's connect. That's what I want. Oh.
From your mind.
Oh, whoa.
In out.
Wow.
In out. To my hand.
There it is.
And we can massage
Oh.
your brain.
Oh, yes. Pet it, please.
Ever so gently.
Wonderful. That felt great. Thanks to Tier 1 Hunter. No, Jones. No, no, no. We beat it. Thanks to the Tier 1 Jimmy Balls. Have you heard about the Crow 64 stuff going on? No. If Matt Pat made a good video about it. If Matt Pat made a video about Crow 64, I'm assuming it has something to do with Five Nights at Freddy's. Thanks to Prime Snake and Resub Correlation. Let's see. What happened to Crow 64? Game theory. Beware, Crow 64. Crow 64 ARG full gameplay walkthrough. Okay, let's do this one.
So this package arrived today, and it contains a game, one that I think basically no one has ever played.
Thanks to Tier 1 Zola.
Before we try it out, I need to tell you the weird
Thank you, Victim.
tale that's behind it.
But just how easy is it to play Nintendo 64? The controller looks like it could be used on some kind of military jet.
Just a few years ago, this was state-of-the-art, flat and two-dimensional. Now
Ooh,
Mario lives in a 3D
upgrade.
world, and you can make him go wherever you want.
The N64 era. An innocent time. The 3D platformer was king, and out of the dozens of so-called Mario versions, my three favorites still hold up. But what if I told you there was one more forgotten game on that list? A game that never had a chance to enter our childhoods. A game that fell into more than just development hell. And a game that cost its troubled creator everything.
I appreciate it, Bigman.
The game I'm talking about is Catastrophe Crow. Nope, I hadn't heard of it either.
Already seen that as well, by the way, big man.
Through some of my old N64 magazines. Catastrophe Crow was the highly anticipated project from Manfred Lorenz, a veteran German game designer, avid sailor, notorious perfectionist,
resub,
and founder of Opus Interactive. Announcing the game at Space World 97, the team promised fearless exploration of unfamiliar worlds and something groundbreaking called an eternal revival system. Probably just a bad translation. With the eponymous crow based on his daughter's own design.
So is this all a real
Lynch was
story or just an
considered
ARG?
Eccentric for taking his kid-friendly games so
It's
seriously.
an ARG.
In one of his few interviews, he claimed that Catastrophe Crow was beyond a game and that it would push the boundaries of player experience. Of course, this may just be hype, a more European version of John Romero's about to make you his... But I do think Lorenz was onto something. As the game's Christmas '99 release drew near, journalists got their hands on a playable version. One reviewer said it was bigger than Banjo. Another said, move over Mario 64.
I mean, even from a
There's the bits Metallic and the bits
somebody who's
DJ
seen
Lynn.
thousands of games, they've done things that
3
I've
gift
sat up and
subs.
said, wow, this is pretty
There's
neat
5
stuff.
gift subs Scotia. And
But
3
then
gift subs Ocean.
Something went wrong. The release date got pushed back a few months, then a few
Makes it
months
tier 1
again,
Cookie Weed and
until
tier
it
1
started getting
Jesus.
worryingly vague. Rumours began to circulate that something had happened to their lead designer. Manfred Lorenz was seemingly taking more and more control, with programmers left in the dark and artists making hundreds of strange assets without knowing what they were for. Soon, a series of forum posts appear from disgruntled anonymous staff.
Okay, well, I don't really... I'm not a huge ARG fan. I can at least appreciate it to a certain degree, though. So they actually released the game with this ARG, so I can really respect that. Let's see what the world record is. Maybe I'll speedrun it. Actually, 10 gift subs, Victim of Impatience. Thank you, man. And the gift sub, Epic Fails. Thanks to the resub Cat. This does not look like a very fun speedrun. That looked horrible. This doesn't look fun at all. This is not any percent. I assume there's only 1%. So this ARG, was it made by that channel I just clicked on? I already forgot the name. Adam? Did Adam Butcher make this whole ARG? Very impressive. The amount of work that goes into an ARG is always respectable. And then I feel really bad because then Matt Pack comes here and just fucking blows this shit out of the water. All the work went into here, and all the views went into here. It's fucking rough. Thanks to the Bits Elbow and the resub Suplicy and Sierra and Tequila. Yep, I know Pets Cop. Thanks to the resub Prophet of Teppies. You didn't aggravate me or anything, man. You're totally fine, Laser. I'm sure it is, man. It's just not really what I'm looking for the YouTube nights. Looking for more wacky shit. Thanks to the resub Clark. What's an ARG? I would... Okay, to break it down, when you hear ARG, what you should just picture is a fabricated creepypasta, but with a lot more effort into it. Stands for alternate reality game. But the way that you would decipher it is just think of if a creepypasta had a lot of effort put into it. As well as having like some kind of component like video or game to it. Thanks to the resub Bresky. Check out Plainly Difficult. It's a channel that covers famous industrial accidents. Are there deaths in there? Because I probably can't watch that. Thanks to the tier 1 Eat Penguins. And thanks for the 5 gift subs, Scotia. Nothing shown, just talk about it. Okay, let me check it out then. I've actually not heard of this one, I don't think. A brief history of the Knox coal mine collapse and what's a good one? What's their best one? Thanks for the gift sub, Tony. Appreciate it again, Scotia. Chernobyl? Well, everyone knows
In 1970
Chernobyl, though. There's a whole fucking HBO series about Chernobyl. The Demon Core. Is that one good? This is their most viewed. Is it good? This is a bit spicy. Gunnar and Mago. Okay, let's do this then. Thanks to the resub Potato Rods. The Bitscriptation.
This seemingly harmless ball for the uninitiated looks like any old piece of metal. A cannonball or a small wrecking ball maybe. But if you had the misfortune to handle this incorrectly, you would most certainly have a painful and horrible death.
What?
Sadly, 2 people had such an experience, and more would die prematurely of cancer over subsequent decades. And arguably, the 2 incidents showed how you can't take for granted a material with the potential of going supercritical at the drop of a hat. Unsurprisingly, the item in question would gain the name the Demon Core. But what was this innocuous looking item? This subject has been covered before by someone I know,
uranium.
But I found this story really interesting and I had to do a video about it. I've included the link in the video description if you'd like to check it out once you've
Plutonium?
This video. Like
bitch.
many of my atomic videos, our story starts during the Second World War
spicy.
and the Manhattan Project. The Demon Core, or Rufus as it was originally nicknamed, was intended to be used in a 3rd atomic bomb to be dropped on Japan, a weapon that was never needed. On the 15th of August, Japan surrendered after 2 atomic bombs being detonated over Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The core was similar to the one used in the Fat Man bomb dropped on Nagasaki, consisting of 3 pieces. 2 plutonium-gallium hemispheres separated by a ring. The plutonium core was refined and hot-pressed into its ominous spherical shape at Hanford and shipped to the Los Alamos laboratory for preparation for use in an implosion-type bomb. Once assembled, it was designed to be 5% below critical mass.
So this doesn't seem like super interesting though. Like, we know now how dangerous plutonium is.
Ensure that when needed, it could be used to make a very large explosion easily. But one deadly side effect was that this left very little margin for error. You see, once the core went critical,
typically
it
like
would
a
be
mystery,
in a perfect state of equilibrium.
I'll let it ride for a minute.
No increase or decrease in power. However, one in many different factors could send the core into supercriticality, creating and sustaining a chain reaction, until it either settled at a new criticality level and increased power, or explode. Needless to say, both outcomes would be a bit of a bad thing. The scientists at the Manhattan Project found themselves with this surplus piece of weapons-grade material, and they did what most scientists would do, study and push the boundaries. However, some of the experiments were outright reckless, and this leads us to the core's first victim.
Here we go.
A 24-year-old physicist from New London, Connecticut, was working on the core on the 21st of August 1945. Daghlian had been on the staff of the Manhattan Project since 1944, joining while still a graduate student. On the fateful day, Daghlian was making a neutron reflector around the core of tungsten carbide. A neutron reflector, funnily enough, is designed to reflect neutrons back into a subcritical mass, making the material critical. It can
not exactly as wild as I was expecting. Seems like a really comprehensive lesson into the dangers of plutonium, but yeah, I was expecting like some wild shit. What the fuck is this Safe Moon thing? Why do people keep saying Safe Moon? Just like a cult? Safe Moon Finance. It's a crypto? Oh, Jesus Christ, you guys think this is going to be next to Dogecoin, don't you? Or is it just a meme? Yeah, this is absolutely a fucking meme. You want to know how something's a meme? If Twitch chat starts fucking spamming about it, that's when you know there is no fucking chance that that will ever net you anything. Thanks to Prime, Red Evil. Dr. Koken? I watch Ordinary Sausage off stream. Like I said, I watch most of my friends' stuff on my own. Oh, you're recommending something else. Laser, I'm not really looking for like history lessons though, man. You recommended the other one, the Epic History of World War I. Like we were just before this little venture, we watched fucking Psychic Brain Massage. Thanks to the Prime Succulent and the Tier 3. Suhito. Jesus, thank you for the huge Tier 3. God damn, man. Appreciate the fat drop. Thanks to resub Zitolini and Vixies. Watched Flex Air already last time. I watched the USS Indianapolis incident. What is up with these history lessons? I mean, I'll look it up. There's like a ghost ship thing. The sinking of USS Indianapolis. What happened to the men on board? Yeah, it's rough, Wheela. Is this worth the watch? I really don't just want history. I'm looking for like at least something pretty cool about it. Thanks to the resub Mukau. Okay, I'm just gonna assume no then. I imagine it's just like a sinking that they're trying to find where the survivors' remains ended up or something. Yep, we watched Shin Kicking Championships. They don't do it often. Like, I don't think they did one in 2020 for obvious reasons. But I mean, it's a good sport. I certainly have no problem with shin kicking. When are they? There it is. The danger to the sack is really high in this sport. But I'm pretty sure they wear a cup. Thanks to the resub Trivial. That one I have actually seen, Lucasian. I have seen that one. Nasubi, Japan's strangest live stream. Just from that thumbnail, I'm gonna assume I can't watch it. Looks like he's wearing boxers, but I'm still not even gonna risk it. The cost of Concordia is worth it. Cost of Concordia. It is the internet. This is the one from earlier. I haven't seen this one yet. I'm not gonna watch it on stream. I'm gonna watch it on my own, like I always do with my friends' stuff. Thanks for resub Dark Lord. Of course, I've seen Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. The thing has like 300 million views. Not tonight, Rip. I'm gonna let more pack up. Alright, man. What is this, a movie? It's a fucking movie! What do you mean? You recommended a movie highlight! No, I'm not gonna get DMCA'd for a movie. I thought it was gonna be like a fucking Nexpo kind of video or something. I mean, the movie looks very well made. That's for damn sure. Lots of shaky cam, lots of actors. Maybe T1 Slappy. You can't get fucking DMCA'd for a movie. DMCA is strictly music. This is a PG-13 movie, isn't it? There's no blood in this. Looks good though. Oh, don't worry about it, underdog. Thanks for the tier 1 Johan. Yeah, the cheese rolling I've already seen pretty much every year's. Up until like 2019. Thanks for your sub, Fappington. Finding Flat Earth. Please tell me this is from a flat earther. Whoops. Reckless bin.
So the Harvard Globeheads debunked their model yesterday.
You're not testing on a ball, guys. The Earth is flat.
Oh shit! Wait, is this serious or no?
We're gonna put one magnet here in California.
Seriously, I'm about to lose it. I'm getting pissed.
I don't know how you're gonna take
a 1 mile
isn't
piece
it?
of toilet paper and hit space.
God damn it.
I thought he was gonna die, dude. I literally thought he was gonna die.
Wow.
I thought you...
Holy shit!
They're a complete shock.
I thought it was an actual flat earther thing.
You can't write that stuff, guys. I'm just having my freaking world rocked.
Shut the fuck up!
It's everything.
This looks very high effort though, wow.
Right. And I've always been right. You guys get it? You guys fucking get it?
Damn, the amount of effort that seems to have gone into that is wild. It says parody? What, where? Oh, god damn it! Well, I mean, I think it was pretty clear. But, yeah, I should have just seen this right away and not got excited.
So the Harvard Globeheads debunked their model yesterday. So the Harvard Globe...
Thanks to resub to Vanity. Who's Nathan Thompson? So this is a real flat earther? Or maybe not. Where's the 5 gift subs, Water Buffalo? Thank you, man. Probably not Epic Fails. Haven't played that in years. I'm trying not to watch more Food Dip at the moment. Gonna let them get more content. What I am gonna do though is fill up this water because I'm thirsty as fuck. So I'm gonna go do that real quick and I'll be right back. Thanks for the resub, broski. Alright, team. I'm back. Big water reload. Thanks to the Prime, or the resub Dead the Amazing, G-Man, King Potato, Seed Dinosaur, and Lolwit. Ludwig's stream is never gonna end. Goddamn right it's not. Thanks to the 10 gift subs, Gumbo. Thanos mascot fight. This? Just fighting Nemo and Peppa the Pig? Christ. Jesus. Thanos has no mercy. Thanks to the resub Bill and Jeff and the gift sub Yeed and the bits McKay. Well, that was pretty wild. Thanks to the 2 gift subs again, Impatience. The gift sub Yeed. Have you watched Infiltrating Scientology? Yes. Scientology absolutely fascinates the shit out of me. Scientology is like the most unbelievable thing that exists. Somehow. Thanks to the Prime, drops the mic, Gator, and the 10 gift subs again, Gumbo. Thank you, Gumbo, goddamn. Thanks to the 2 gift subs, Costanza. Thanks to the bits, Toro, and Makaya again. Yep, we already watched the tester. I don't think we finished it, because once Aaron got voted off, we just stopped. But yeah, we watched it. We watched the tester and Ultimate Gamer back to back. Damn, 8 years ago, YouTube drama. Holy shit. Yep, very familiar with Kiwami, Japan. I don't know why I call him an insane guy. But yeah, I'm very familiar. Of course, we've seen his videos, Supreme. Well, thanks, Laser. Phase Rug, Gatorade, and Windex bottle prank. Tell me if it's fake or not. Alright, I don't have to watch it. I can tell you it's fake. Phase Rug is in the fucking title. What do you mean? I'll watch it for a couple seconds just to confirm, make sure I'm on the right track here. I don't want to be wrong. But I can tell you it's definitely fake. Just by where it's from.
What's going on, guys? FaZe Rug. I know her reaction is going to be funny. It's going to be so fun to do. And oh god. I'm actually scared to do this. And I'm going to ask her if she needed help cleaning.
That's nice of you. Forgot something? Did you really fucking drink him now with that? Come on, you should look.
It looks, my mom got so scared.
You were on.
It's fake. That's probably enough FaZe Rug's content for the whole year, in fact. We just reached the limit. Good, very good, very good. Thanks for the gift sub Space and the resub Logged and the 5 gift subs Billiam. Thank you, Billiam. The resub Prime. Thank you for that, McKay. I appreciate the generosity tonight. Hope you have a wonderful evening. Investigating deep web red rooms. That sounds... that's dangerous for Twitch. I'm not even gonna risk it. It's the bits Dagger. Seen that meme. Yep, we've watched beatboxing before. Good and bad. Man, thanks for the 10 gift subs again, Impatience. Jesus Christ. Brother told you that tomorrow there's a Fortnite event, but only for the new season. I do love Fortnite events. Is Galactus coming back? Thanks for the 5 gift subs, Kane. Thank you, Impatience and Kane, and the tier 1 Wiener and tier 1 Taco. And the Prime Electro and Resub Prime. And the bits LJ. What's the Fortnite event tomorrow? Here's what time Fortnite Season 5 ending event arrives. Man, Forbes is genuinely the most obnoxious site on the internet. I hate Forbes, bro. They pay to be first in the search every time, and I never remember that, so I always click the first link. It is always Forbes and always fucking brings up this plague. I hate Forbes, man. Forbes sucks. Such trash. So what is this big event, huh? I don't care about this. What are they doing for it? Neymar Jr. dropping into Fortnite? What? Yes, I'm sure there's huge overlap with sports fans and Fortnite gamers. Thank you for the 5 gift subs again, Impatience. God damn, man. Thank you for the generosity tonight. And thank you for the 2 gift subs, Gumbo. Yeah, I'll check NNA Productions on my own wiener. I'm not gonna torture the chat by making them watch a video. I'll check in on them on my own. Thanks for the bits again, Dagger and Azrin and Resub Crack an Ear. This event looks terrible, so I won't be doing the event. I only like it when it's goofy shit like the Galactus thing. Thanks for the 2 gift subs, Chris. Unless there's something cool going on, I won't do it. Lots of pros play that shit. Lots of pros played that shit. Most adults that played Fortnite have completely stopped now. Like all those celebrities. When's the fucking last time you saw a celebrity talk or play Fortnite? I can't think of a single one. Most of them play like Call of Duty and shit now. I'm talking recently, holy shit, like today. Obviously everyone played Fortnite, every celebrity trying to hop on that easy internet points talking about Fortnite in the battle bus. Thank you to the battle bus driver and shit. I don't think Neymar plays Fortnite. Thanks to the 2 gift subs, Chris, and the 2 elbows, and the resub, or the gift sub Raw Dog, the Prime Ocean. Watch the Glico Morinaga incident, Japan's greatest unsolved mystery. This?
This video is sponsored by Hunt a Killer, the perfect subscription box for fans of true crime, ARGs, or mystery solving in general. So, given all that's going on in the world right now, you probably need a break from it all. I find my favorite way to do so is by spending time away from both the internet and any outside distractions in general.
Sounds
and if
awful.
you haven't already tried it, I'd like to wholeheartedly recommend Hunt a Killer for a fun, analog, apocalypse-free.
It is cool though.
Each box is. While these are obviously what the brand is most known for, especially overseas, what you might not know is that Glico was once entwined in one of Japan's most harrowing mysteries. One that left parents across the country petrified. For tonight's unsolved case, we explore the Glico Morinaga case and its perpetrator, the monster with 21.
That's a cool title, I'm in.
Izaki Glico, or better known as just Glico, is a confectionery company founded nearly 100 years ago in Osaka, Japan. By 1984, the company was in a transitional period in terms of leadership. Just 2 years prior, the company's founder would step down, only to be replaced by his son, a then 42-year-old man by the name of Katsuhisa Izaki. The relatively new CEO had a lot on his plate between raising his young family and continuing his father's legacy, but nothing could have prepared him for the night of March 18th, 1984, or the subsequent nightmare that would last nearly a year and a half after that. At approximately 9 p.m., 2 armed intruders broke into the Izaki residence while Katsuhisa bathed. The 2 men first happened upon Mrs. Izaki and one of the couple's 3 children.
This is not what I was expecting
at
all here.
Bound. Meanwhile, Katsuhisa, hearing the commotion, tried to remain unnoticed in the nearby bathroom with his 2 other children, but his efforts were ultimately in vain. The bathroom was stormed, the CEO captured, and just like that, he and his assailants were gone. Katsuhisa's family soon managed to escape and call police, but by that point, there was little the authorities could do but wait. A ransom request was made the very next morning, with the unidentified assailants asking for the equivalent of $4.3 million, along with 220 pounds of gold.
Damn!
A staggering amount for anyone, but one that would ultimately never have to be paid. Just 3 days later, Katsuhisa managed to escape completely unharmed, revealing to both police and the public that he'd been held in a warehouse in nearby Ibaraki City, not far from his own company's headquarters. Puzzlingly enough, the CEO also claimed that he managed to finally escape because he, for some reason, had been left unmonitored. For now, the nightmare seemed over, but regardless,
so was it like
the
a
public was horrified
publicity
at the
stunt
news.
or like what?
Such corporate attacks were something that seemingly never happened in Japan, and to
Thanks
many
resub
it
Dagger
seemed like
and
something
Tier
that
1
just
Gorton.
couldn't. Little did they know, however,
resub
that this
Omega.
was really only the beginning of the madness, not just for Glico, but really for all of Japan. Almost a month after the taking of Katsuhisa Izaki, more bizarre events began to unfold for Glico. On April 10th, a number of vehicles outside the company HQ were inexplicably set on fire in a suspected arson case.
What the fuck is going on with
Just under
Glico?
a week later,
Jesus.
a container
They're
full of
haunted.
hydrochloric acid was located in one of Glico's buildings, and as if that wasn't bad enough, it came with a note, solidifying the fact that these were the same people behind the kidnapping. Another month would pass, then
Yeah, I've
things
seen
would
that channel,
escalate
Yeti.
exponentially. In May of 1984, both Glico and local Osaka media received letters claiming that cyanide-laced packs of the company's candy would be placed on store shelves. The letters signed by a person or group choosing
Damn,
to
this
be
is like the
called
actual
the
Zodiac
Monster
killer.
with
Like,
21
he must have fled the
faces.
States and then went
The
here
name
to
many
torment the
assumed
chocolate
was
guy.
taken from the works of mystery writer
Glico and the
Rampo
Chocolate
Edogawa,
Factory.
specifically a character known as the Monster or Fiend with 20 faces. It goes without saying that what happened next here was mass panic, and of course for good reason. Glico quickly pulled an estimated $21 million worth of product from store shelves across Japan, and as a result suffered a major financial blow, with sales for that month ultimately dropping by half. Hundreds
Thanks,
of
Risa
workers
Milk.
were even laid off.
It's
Now, despite all
Arasaka.
the damage, however,
Yeah,
no
that's
poison
what it
candies
is.
were actually found. Meanwhile, investigators were scrambling to crack the case, but the so-called monster with 21 faces was slippery, and they knew it. As this was all going on, the letters did not stop. Many that were sent to the media were addressed directly to Japanese police, who the monster described as stupid and incompetent.
Oh, hey,
The
that's too.
monster
Hey,
was
hey,
so
hey, let's not be
confident,
rude.
or
What the
perhaps
fuck?
frustrated with police,
They're doing
that
their best.
they even gave out hints, claiming that their getaway vehicle was gray and that they'd entered Glico's factory via the front gate in order to plant the container filled with acid, which they
That's gotta be
claimed
embarrassing.
was originally street garbage. The letters themselves
Imagine being so
contained a
incompetent at your
defining
job that the
characteristic
criminals
of
you're
this
trying to catch are
case.
just openly
But
giving you
even
hints
with
to
how
make it more
frequent
fun
they
for them.
were, they
Because you
didn't
can't figure
offer
it out on
any
your own.
solid clues as to the monster's identity, aside from the fact that they seemed local based on the dialect that was used. There did, however, appear to be one possible break in the case after Glico's products had been recalled.
Oh!
This man was spotted on CCTV, seemingly placing something onto a store shelf.
We got him!
It is a bit difficult to make out, but the man here is wearing a business suit and glasses, along with a Tokyo Yomiuri Giants baseball cap.
Oh, I actually
To this
thought that was a
day,
New
this
York
remains
Yankees
the
cap for a
only
second, I'm
piece
not
of
gonna
actual
lie.
footage associated with this case. But whoever is depicted in it, the so-called videotaped man, has never been identified or even formally connected to the person or group who calls themselves the Monster with 21 Faces. On June 26, at the height of all the chaos and confusion, something even more bizarre took place.
Oh god.
Another letter had turned up, but this time
it was a love letter.
Claimed that the monster was done with Glico. The note, addressed to the people of Japan, said the president of Glico has already gone around with his head hanging down long enough. We would like to forgive him. Japan has gotten terribly hot and humid, so when our work is done...
Yeah, maybe I'll check that one out next, Raiden.
Geneva, Paris, London. We'll be in one of those places. Let's bring Pocky, the traveler's friend. Delicious Glico products. We're eating them too. See you in January of next year. Keep in mind, this came out of nowhere after months of harassment from the group, and it even came without any money being exchanged. This, of course, would seem
they haven't made a single fucking dime from this shit.
If not for the fact that the monster really hadn't stopped at all. In fact, it had already started targeting other brands, including one Marudai food company, with much the same tactics it had already used with Glico. Once again, ransom was demanded in exchange for peace, and unlike Glico, Marudai was ready to comply.
Oh no!
But with a catch. On June 28th, just 2 days after the
Why comply? They clearly just gave up last time.
With Glico, Marudai was set to deliver its payment. Instead of sending over a company employee like requested, however, an undercover police officer was tasked with the job. While on the train to the specified drop location, the undercover cop picked up on a man that seemed to be following him. Said man was described as having a larger build, short hair, glasses, and most notably, eyes said to resemble those of a fox. The undercover cop was instructed
so you sent a cop that was
to
high.
a white flag, the signal to drop the money, but since that flag never appeared, the cop continued on the route until its eventual end in Kyoto. He was only there long enough to hop on the next available train back to Osaka, and sure enough, the fox-eyed man boarded the exact same train. This time, the detective decided to instead disembark at Takatsuki, the middle point between Osaka and Kyoto, at which point the fox-eyed man disembarked as well, and then boarded a train heading back to Kyoto yet again. Now the cop was the one following him, but the fox-eyed man managed to slip away. Following this incident, more chaos would continue with other food companies like Fujiya and House Foods getting sucked into the massive blackmailing scheme. Out of all of these corporations, one company in particular would be the target of arguably the worst attack of this whole case, Morinaga, the other half of the Glico Morinaga case. In early October of 1984, the monster with 21 faces would strike again, this time sending a letter to the media addressed directly to mothers across Japan. And needless to say, what was said in the letter was extremely alarming. Much like with the earlier Glico incident in May, mass panic set in and products were recalled, only this time the monster wasn't bluffing. Several packs of Morinaga products were found with additional labels on them reading "Danger contains poison," signed "The Monster with 21 Faces." And sure enough, these candies did indeed test positive for poison. In response, a staggering 40,000 Japanese police officers were set to watch over
get rid of the surprise by saying that.
Stores in the hopes of catching one of the culprits in the act, maybe even preventing the worst from ever even taking place. This massive deployment, however, much like all of the other police efforts, ultimately resulted in nothing, and the Japanese public would close 1984 in fear. By Valentine's Day of 1985, more laced products had been uncovered, and it became clear that the monster was not letting up.
There's a tier 1 broken game.
However, on the seemingly more positive side of things, around this time, police had finally zeroed in on a prime suspect, a man by the name of Manabu Miyazaki, who was identified following the January release of the composite sketch of the fox-eyed man from the train. This was really the first bit of actual progress in this almost year-long case, and it seemed promising. The man, by his own admission, claimed to be an outlaw with ties to local yakuza, and on top of it all, he even looked like the fox-eyed man. But much like everything else in this case, this too led nowhere, as Miyazaki denied the allegations and even had alibis that seemed to prove his innocence. His name was ultimately cleared and everyone moved on, or at least tried to. In August of 1985, things were still at a standstill, and the Japanese public were furious with law enforcement's perceived
Appreciate it, Giggle.
incompetence.
Thank you. And
The
yeah,
pressure
GTRP
was
is always
too
fun.
much for one man in particular who had worked on the case, Superintendent Shoji Yamamoto, who, tragically out of shame, set himself on fire and would ultimately pass away.
What?
The monster, meanwhile, had been watching...
What? This is like literally an anime plot. The fucking detective was so ashamed he couldn't catch the guy that he lit himself on fucking fire? This is probably what he looked like when he was burning alive too, just so fucking stoic about it. Like, yeah, I'm burning alive, what is it? What of it? Huh, pussy? My god! What? Bro, like over here, the fucking lead detective on a case probably thinks about it 10 minutes out of his day. And meanwhile, this guy was so consumed by it and so disappointed he couldn't crack it, he lit himself on fucking fire. Oh my god. That is nuts.
all of this and reappeared several days later. But unbeknownst to the Japanese people at the time, this would be the end. No career Yamamoto died like a man, so we decided to give our condolences. We decided to forget about torturing food-making companies. If anyone blackmails any of the food-making companies, it's not us, but someone copying us. We are bad guys. That means we've got more to do other than bullying companies.
Kind of a lame note, not gonna lie, kind of lame.
Good on their word and did not strike again. Just like that, it was all over. But even so, people were still left with no answers, no real reason for why all this...
So, this is fucking crazy. So the guy lit himself on fire, and that was such a profound statement that the criminals just stopped. So this guy, like, he must have seen the strings that attached everything. He must have cracked the fucking code. By lighting himself on fire, he solved the case, but he lit himself on fire because he couldn't solve it. So the act of the self-immolation ultimately solved the case. This is crazy. And there, man, what a story. And the criminals also had so much honor that they respected him so much that they just quit. Wow.
This had even happened or who was behind it. Who was the fox-eyed man? And was he the same person spotted placing candy onto a store shelf? Were these two men actually not involved at all? Over the duration of the Glico Morinaga case, endless amounts of theories emerged, citing everything from a disgruntled ex-employee all the way to Japanese communist groups. But the monster's true motivations are still unknown to this day. If you think about everything that happened, it almost comes off like the monster with 21 faces didn't actually want to hurt anyone or even make money for that matter. Why place labels on tainted goods? Why not actually collect on the money? Why leave the CEO unmonitored, which allowed for his escape? That we don't know, but what we do know is that whoever the monster is or was, they really had a bone to pick with the authorities, and one might argue that most of their statements were made specifically to outline the incompetence of Japanese police.
Yeah, they did a great job of that.
Still lasts into the modern day. As mentioned earlier, it's highly likely that the monster took his name from the Fiend with 20 faces, and it's not just the name that gives it away. The Fiend is a master of disguise, someone who can blend in plain sight, who's also known for laughing in the face of police. He's the type of criminal that normal cops just aren't good enough to catch on their own without the help of a top detective. In the end, we're never going to know what the monster really wanted. Was it to make a point to society, or to play out his very own detective fantasy in real life? The answers remain unclear, but what's troubling to think about is that the monster with 21 faces could still be alive today, and much like the Fiend, the monster remains unseen. So if you made it this far, I just want to thank you.
That was great. But what an I can't help but feel like it's all wasted. So like the team behind the monster with 21 condoms, like, they did something crazy. Like, they did something nuts. And no one will ever know who it was. So that group, or that maybe one person, they can never fucking brag about it. They can never be like, I'm a genius. Like, this guy probably sits at the dinner table with his family or his friends. He's like, yeah, I'm fucking smart as shit. And then he can never prove it. Because he can't just be like, yeah, I'm the monster with 21 faces or whatever. Such a waste! You did something nuts and no one will ever know. Except you. You yourself are the only one that will know. Shame. Thanks for the bits, Himiko and Succulent and the resub Beardy Boy and Cowbot. Oh, maybe that's what it was, Succulent. Thanks to the Prime Deadfish. Yeah, I know it's Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 0. That's sweet. Thank you, Nash. And tell her I said thanks. Was it really you, Chainsaw Man? I believe it. Thanks to resub Elijah. Thanks to the Prime Hazard. I don't know about that, Laser. Now I'm deep into this rabbit hole. Maybe after, though. What are some other good ones like this? Well, actually, let me check this channel.
So
I actually don't know if I've ever watched Rainbot. What's their biggest one? Or what's her biggest one? Looking at Poppy. Blank Soup. Creepy Twitter account. YouTuber turned murderer? Mr. Anime? Is this the guy that wanted to fuck Ember from Danny Phantom? The tier 1 Tachigami and the tier 1 Not So Baked and resub Cyclops. No? There's multiple people like that? Jesus. Do you guys remember that guy? Who I just mentioned? There was a YouTuber in the Danny Phantom community who was so obsessed with Ember from Danny Phantom, he was convinced that he was one day going to fuck Ember and Ember really wanted to fuck him. And he got really fed up at work one day, so he went in and just started shooting. And then he killed himself because he said when he died he was going to finally be with Ember. It was fucking nuts. Yeah, no, he didn't kill anyone except himself. If I remember correctly, the people that he attacked survived. So the only person he killed was himself. Oh, did he kill people? You know, let me just look it up before I just completely give out wrong information. I think this was his name, Randy Stare. Nope. Yeah. Looks like he killed 3 people. But yeah, he called himself fucking Andrew Blaze. God, yeah, this story was fucked. Jesus. Thanks to the resub, Abelkist. Yeah, we watched Nexpo last time. Thanks to tier 1, the guy that... I don't know who Mr. Anime is, but that's what I thought the story was. And if I haven't thought about this story in a long time. What a fucking wild, sad event. Mr. Anime was one of the first and biggest anime YouTubers. He killed his whole family. What? I don't know. That seems a little heavy. I don't know if that's something I'd want to watch. Like, at least with the Glico Morinaga thing, no one was injured. Well, except for the guy who lit himself on fire out of shame for not being able to catch them. Okay, I'm too interested by the story. Yeah, I'm gonna check it out. I'm sure they don't show anything.
A YouTuber on the rise driven to murder, an entire family gunned down in cold blood, and a sinister plot to take the lives of at least 70 more.
What?
On today's episode of Morbid Reality, we document the rise and fall of Trey Sessler, better known by the internet as Mr. Anime. Trey Eric Sessler was born on August 8, 1989, to a loving family comprised of his mother Rhonda, father Lawton Ray, and a single older brother named Mark. As Trey grew older, he soon realized that he had a passion for film, and it's this very love for the craft that led to the eventual creation of his YouTube channel Lenscap Productions in September of 2006.
That sounds familiar.
There,
Lenscap
Trey posted
Productions.
numerous short films and skits, some even featuring his mother and brother. It was precisely a year and 5 days later that Trey announced he would begin shifting his channel's primary focus to another passion of his, animation, specifically of the Japanese variety. From this day on, Trey Sessler would be known as Mr. Anime, one of the founding members of the anime reviewing community on YouTube, and according to many, an inspiration for similar channels to come. It's during this period when a third passion of Trey's became apparent, his love of firearms. Over the next 5 years,
This
Trey
was a
would
big
deliver
gun
review after
guy?
review, discussing everything he knew and loved about anime, while also occasionally uploading gun-themed skits and even a few weapons demonstration videos.
This does not look like the kind of guy that would be obsessed with
Trey's
guns.
fan base. Sure, he may have been a weapons enthusiast.
Not even wearing a
but
ball
Trey
cap,
himself
no
openly
pickup
condemned
truck.
gun violence in a 2009 rant video in which he discussed the media buzz surrounding mass shootings that were taking place in the US at the time.
Hey everybody, Season 2 here, and today I'm ranting on something a little bit... Right? Yes, I'm ranting on something a little bit anime unrelated. I'm ranting on all the shootings that have been
Oh,
happening.
boo! No
I'm not a
anime, no
firearms
interest.
owner myself, but it is a little bit disturbing to know that you could be a victim in something like this at these times. All the people that were victims, you think it won't happen to me, but sometimes it does. But seriously, every day I open Yahoo, I'm like, well, time to see what today's shooting is, and hey, there's another one. So I don't know when it's gonna stop. I think it's why, but what can I say?
On May 13th of 2012, Trey uploaded a video titled Mr. Anime's New Job. In it, he details how he just found full-time employment for an unnamed production company, thanks
Is
to
his
the work
channel
he'd
still
done
up? Because I can't imagine it had these
He also
dislikes back
reassured his
then.
audience that while uploads may be slowing down, that the channel was in great health and that he had no plans of quitting YouTube anytime soon. This, unbeknownst to Trey and his fans alike, would be the last time he was seen on camera as a free man. Just 1 week following Trey's update, horrifying accusations sent shockwaves throughout YouTube's anime community.
That's gotta be tough.
If you haven't heard, Trey Sessler, aka Mr. Anime, has been arrested for suspicion of, well, he's been arrested and charged with murdering and shooting and murdering his mother, his father, and
That's gotta
his
be
brother.
tough, man.
It turns out that in the
But I'm
early
sure they weren't like
hours of
super
March
close if he
20th,
uploaded a video
2012,
talking about
Trey
it, right?
Sessler had snapped. The murder spree began with Trey's mother, whom he lured to the garage before mercilessly firing into her chest 4 times, causing her to collapse in front of him. From inside the house, Trey's brother Mark began to call out, complaining about the noise. It's then when Trey swiftly made his way back
Fucking
into the
crazy.
home, passing his brother in the hallway before re-emerging from his room with a different gun and delivering 2 shots. Mark, although wounded, managed to crawl into the nearby bathroom and to lock the door as Trey began to make his way to their parents' bedroom.
Oh, pretty
Their
bad time
barely
for a raid,
conscious father
Atrioc.
had
This
been
is a
arrested.
fucked up
After
story.
shooting his father twice, Trey
Uh-oh.
decided to retrace his steps, later admitting to
Maybe we switch for a minute.
Shall open.
Yeah, this story's kind of like actually fucked
I've
up.
been waiting for you, friends.
Exited Prime, I am got it. Really appreciate the raid again, man. Unfortunate timing. We were learning about an anime reviewer turned murderer. Probably a far cry from what you were just experiencing. Yeah, this shit is heavy. We're all big boys and girls here. We can learn a little.
Police that
This
he
shit is
wanted to
nuts.
ensure that his family was in fact dead and that no one was suffering from their injuries. Trey then broke down the bathroom door and delivered the final blows to his brother, who had been curled up on the floor in the fetal position. Shortly after the killings, Trey continued his rampage, tearing the house apart piece by piece and scribbling apology letters on the walls and doors, one of which read, "Why did I do this?
Fuck?
I love my mom, dad, and brother." Police were later sent over
What
to
happened?
Sessler residence by
Did
concerned
the monster with
relatives,
21
and
faces
soon
use him like a
discovered the
fleshlight or
family's
something?
corpses. Trey, however, was nowhere to be found. Later that day, Trey was finally located and arrested, and it's then that even more disturbing details began to emerge. According to Trey himself, he'd been plotting a mass murder, claiming that he had plans to open fire on his old high school campus,
Holy
possibly
shit.
during a homecoming event. Other versions of his plan
Exit
included
Tier 1
running
meat.
a car into the school's
Prime lean
cafeteria
and boyo.
or opening fire on a local festival that took place each year. Trey began to explain to officers that he had thought about these plans in great detail, and even studied the crimes of past mass murders to piece together his own perfect plan, a foolproof plot to take out as many as he possibly could, with an ultimate goal of ending at least 70 lives. He noted how each mass murder had their strengths and weaknesses, even going as far as to organize a detailed rating system based on effectiveness,
This guy made a tier
weapons
list for it?
used, and the total number of victims killed. It's because of this plan, Trey noted, that his family had to be killed. That way, they wouldn't have the burden of shame brought about by his actions. Just a few hours after killing his family,
Jesus.
Trey found himself in the parking lot of nearby Wallace Junior High School, armed with an assault rifle and hundreds of rounds. This, as he put it in a later interview, was his opportunity to carry out what he had been planning for so long. Trey, however, ultimately didn't go through with his plan, later telling police it was because everything had gotten, quote, too real. Although Trey had been planning to commit mass murder for quite some time, the slaying of his family, however, seemed almost completely unplanned.
Thanks, Resub Laser
When
and Prime
questioned by
Solzar.
police
Give
about
some Josh.
whether or not Trey had
Resub
an argument
Panda.
of sorts at home
Manny.
before the killings, Trey said, "If I would have woken up that
Fuck,
day
man.
and you would have come to me and asked, 'Are you going to kill your family tonight?' I would have definitely said no." So far, no real motive has been established, and Trey has since pleaded guilty to his crimes and is currently serving a life sentence without the possibility of parole.
And the
He's
possibility
noted
of
many
anime.
times how he'll never be able to forgive himself for his actions, and how he feels as though he deserves to be behind bars. Before this video ends, I'd like to
Jesus
give a huge
Christ.
thank you to each and every one of my patrons.
Holy
as you
shit.
probably already
Mr. Anime. I don't know if I ever watched that shit. I used to be big into watching anime reviews, like back in I don't know. I mean, I still watch anime reviews, but I used to watch a fucking ton of them back in I don't know, 2012, 2013. I don't know if I ever watched his shit though. Yeah, that was fucking nuts, man. Yeah, I'm assuming his channel's still up, judging by the likes and dislike ratios that she was showcasing. I imagine that the channel wasn't taken down, but I still don't want to look at it. Yeah, it was a far cry from the Glico Morinaga incident, which was mainly just like an actual goofy anime episode. Well, I keep saying that, and that's pretty disrespectful considering the lead detective lit himself on fire, but everything up until that point was just kind of goofy. Yeah, probably what it was, Himiko. Japan's mind control killer. Man, fuck, these names are all so interesting. Son of a bitch. Japan's mind control killer? Alright, last one. Actually, last one in this rabbit hole. Oh, this is brand new. Oh wait, is it the Twitter one? Because I actually I heard about this. We even talked about it on the podcast. Yeah, that one's pretty fucked up too. No, I don't know that one. Hemoglobin. Oh, right, the Final Fantasy house. Yeah, that's a lot more lighthearted. I kind of know about that one. That's where, like, 12 greasy dudes lived in a house and, like, came all over the place and never cleaned it or something. And then, like, the other people that lived there started saying this is gross, and they posted about it. Yeah. Yeah, this one's a lot more lighthearted. We can do this one, but I don't want to do 40 minutes, so we'll just do the 8-minute one.
This is an abbreviated, chronological retelling of the Final Fantasy House and the Sarah saga. While these events are substantiated only by the numerous accounts of those involved, they are assumed to be true for the sake of this timeline.
Am I misremembering? Isn't it just like the house was gross?
Encouraged to watch this in
They
combination
made like
with the full
dolls and stuff of Final Fantasy characters and came all over them, like shit in the corners and stuff.
Around the year 2000, two people were gaining prominence online. A married couple by the names of Jen and Renee. These two had remarkably different personalities. Jen was outgoing, charismatic, and chatty, while Renee, in contrast, was more introverted and reserved. However, they were united by their belief that their bodies were inhabited by the spirits of numerous characters from the game Final Fantasy VII, something known on the internet as soul bonding.
Yeah.
This was accompanied by numerous new
Seems reasonable.
beliefs. When Renee began attending Pennsylvania State College, Jen followed and began living with her in an apartment. Here, they would begin to reach out to others, assigning them characters from the game whom they believed were soul bonded to them. They found success convincing the mentally ill, the mentally handicapped, and the psychologically or emotionally vulnerable. Jen would use her charisma and her persistence to draw people into this widening circle of friends, obstinately calling them by the name of the character she would assign them. She would proselytize those attending the state college, but even more so those online, utilizing their popular fan site hojo.org, as well as various message boards. When they would visit the apartment, she would pressure them to pay hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars on food and objects she deemed magical. And since their visitors were typically suggestible,
big scam.
They would relent. Often, Jen and Renee would convince others to live with them, and for years people would join them, then leave shortly afterwards for reasons mostly unknown. These people would be subjected to numerous rituals, including past life regressions involving laying on the floor and listening to music from the game, as well as magical battles where they made strange motions with their hands and attempted to fling spells at one another. A few people in this group stood out. The first was a young man only known by his soul-bonded character's name, Sid. Sid was often rude, but he was also characterized by a strong desire to help others. Though he spent significant amounts of time with
isn't
them,
it just LARPing,
he
like they
never fully
LARPed
believed in Jen's
and
soul-bonding
shit
spiritualism.
themselves?
Another was named Greta, who was Jen's apprentice in New Age magical practice and soul bonding. Greta would often be subjected to strange training practices and rituals, such as sitting in a bathtub full of water and ice cubes dyed with green food coloring. One day, in 2002, Renee contacted a member of the Final Fantasy fandom who ran a fan site for the character Zack. Since Jen and Renee had long been searching for someone to fill the spot of Zack, she assigned that character to him and suggested that he come visit. Though he was put off by some of their behaviors, he enjoyed his stay and would visit many more times. Here, he proved to be easily manipulated, like many others in the presence of Jen, and she would convince him to pay for food and trinkets on top of his expensive bus tickets. It was perhaps for this reason that in the summer of 2003, they asked him to move in with them. As soon as he arrived, he began to realize his error. Immediately, Jen quit her babysitting job, and the pair began to expect Zack to pay for both food and rent. Jen demanded expensive steaks for dinner every night, which devoured Zach's meager part-time minimum wage paycheck. Red meat made Zach ill, but he would still eat it out of a sense of obligation. When he ran out of money, they demanded that he collect day-old food from his supermarket job.
What?
Arguing against Jen in private would often elicit either an awkward tantrum or violence, and so Zach stopped questioning her at all. Jen would often wake up Zach in the middle of the night to take her searching for magical objects, depriving him of sleep. The apartment reeked of body odor and rotting.
We're going on
food
an adventure.
as Jen and Renee
Let's look in
seldom
dumpsters.
bathed or took out the
I think I
garbage.
saw one of those
What's
magical
more,
butt plugs.
Jen would constantly monitor Zach's online dealings and phone calls out, making it nearly impossible for him to ask for help. During this time, the relationship between Jen and her apprentice Greta was deteriorating. Fed up with her spiritual master, Greta cut all ties with Jen, closing the relationship by writing a strongly worded list of grievances on her personal blog.
Ooh,
In
shit.
response, Jen melodramatically scraped her wrists in a mock suicide attempt.
What?
Finally, Zach could endure no more, and he left the apartment without a word. Sid, taking pity on him, helped him collect his few possessions from the apartment and return to his parents' home. Soon after, Zach would write a post on LiveJournal, warning people of Jen and Renee.
Just make a twit
and
longer.
Eventually, he would create a website where other people could provide their accounts of Jen and Renee. Over time, this couple would grow more distant, and another person would enter the relationship, a woman named Angel.
Ooh.
Angel was aggressive and violent, even more so than Jen, and soon the introverted Renee was pushed out by this new woman. Soon after, another woman going by Mela discovered the list written by Greta and recognized Jen's name. Mela had grown close with Jen many years prior when they had endured
so many
a
moving
Utah
parts.
boarding school together, but they had later lost touch. Seeking to reconnect with her, Mela approached Greta and asked her for Jen's contact information.
Thanks,
Soon,
resub,
the four of them were
and
living together in a
115.
house rather than an apartment. But their prior friendship didn't change her treatment. Mela suffered almost the same pattern of abuse that Zach had, though it seems the presence of Angel incurred much more violence.
Thanks to the Prime
Jen,
Cummies.
Angel, and Renee also convinced Mela to become a stripper in order to help fund them.
Oh, that's a
During this
big
time,
plan.
they discovered Zach's website, and eventually, the backlash towards the two was so great that they went into hiding, abandoning or deleting most remaining points of contact under their known names and pseudonyms. Eventually, Mela kicked them out, and the whereabouts of Jen, Renee, and Angel became a mystery.
Jesus, okay.
While this was happening, however, Greta was organizing her own following of soul bonders. Shedding her connection to Final Fantasy, she bonded to the characters of another Japanese RPG,
Oh God, why?
Suikoden, and began recruiting followers online.
Stop
at
soul bonding.
conventions to
It's not
spread
working well.
The good news of the runes. Declaring herself to be the founder of a new religion, she began collecting donations from her followers while living a mostly sedentary life. These followers would fly out to visit her and perform rituals where they would become formally bonded to a character from the game. She began to encounter trouble when she moved to a house in Southern California, believing that the area would be more sympathetic to her beliefs. The housemates, however, would not accommodate her confrontational nature nor her leisurely
Thanks to
lifestyle,
5 gift subs,
as only
Captain.
professionals actively working were allowed to stay at the house. She actively abused the judicial system to prevent her eviction, and began having people at the house more and more, culminating in a soul-bonding ritual with a dozen followers. But
the
this state of
fuck?
affairs wasn't allowed to continue, and after she was finally removed from the house, one of the housemates wrote his own LiveJournal post detailing the experience, attempting to protect himself by keeping Greta anonymous. However, when clever members of the Something Awful forums were able to suss out her
Something
identity,
Awful, holy shit,
she
this is
too
old.
was forced into
Holy
hiding,
shit.
and today, little trace of her can be found online. Greta would later sue the housemates, attempting to silence them, but by that point, their story had already been spread across the internet. Many people now believe that Jen and Renee have moved on to the Hannibal fandom, continuing their pattern of abuse. However, after being rediscovered, they went into hiding in 2015. Today, their whereabouts and activities remain unknown.
With this many people involved in the soap opera, how do we not have a picture of Jen and Renee? I would love to see what the cult leaders look like. I always find that fascinating. God damn it. Now I want to watch the 40-minute one. This fucking watered-down Cliff Notes version didn't even talk about all the poo-poo and pee-pee they spread around the house. God damn it. Thanks to Risa Poison. And the Prime Hardic. It's 40 minutes though. It's 40 fucking minutes. Thanks for the gift, sub Grunch, and resub Feels Dog. Yeah, I mean, you know, after hearing all that, I might have to get into soul bonding. Maybe I just save this for another night. It's already fucking late. It's fucking 1:40 already. I was planning to go to bed around 2 since I was up late last night and fucking got up at like 8. Thanks to the resub, Aiden. Yeah, I already know that one, thank. We actually talked about that one on the podcast. I'll start it, and if it's not as captivating as I think it'll be, or if it's not as captivating as I want it to be, I'll stop. It's that easy. I'm already hooked on the OST here. Never mind, I'm in. Fuck it.
Of the early internet stories, there are few as infamous as the Final Fantasy house. Though the details are unclear to most who remember it, its reputation is still sometimes invoked on forums in reference to terrible housemates or the eccentric potential from online communities, especially fandoms. What's more, it was one of the main channels through which internet users were introduced to the otherkin phenomenon. So what was the Final Fantasy house?
A shithole.
On April 18th, 2005, a LiveJournal user under the handle of GenkiCrack made a long, scattered post detailing an experience with specific fans of Final Fantasy VII, a popular and influential story-driven game
Such a good
from
game.
Japan. He introduced it by writing, "These people are dangerous. This is not a joke. This is my experience with them." He began by explaining his place within the fandom. Quote, "Most people watching the journal now probably don't know this, but back in the day, I ran a pretty popular website devoted to the characters Cloud and the very minor character, Zack, from Final Fantasy VII. It was really the only comprehensive one out there about the two, which was why it got such notice. I was used to receiving fan mail or other people's fan art, which I'd put up on the website." Unquote. At the time of his alleged experience, he explained that he was a college freshman
Thanks for 5 gift
and a
subs,
heavy
Dolphin.
drinker.
Appreciate it, man.
In 2002, he was contacted by a person calling herself Hojo, referencing the mad scientist villain from the game, and the two began conversing with each other occasionally over AOL Instant Messenger. Hojo had her own fan site dedicated to her namesake, and following the same pattern, she began calling the writer Zack after his site. At the time, he thought nothing of this. Sometime after, he was introduced to Hojo's wife, who went by Genova, or Jen, after an ancient evil and alien creature from the game. The writer describes their first encounter online. Quote, "Then came a good old bombshell. I was asked if I had any memories of past lives. I do believe in past lives. I think it's a pretty valid cycle given how many cultures believe in it. So I told her no, I didn't, but I did believe in it. I should never, ever have said that. It was like inviting the vampire into my house.
Yeah.
Jen's attack was swift and sure. She began in a flurry explaining things to me, how there are alternate universes. Do you grant me that? Sure, there could be. And in those universes, maybe, just maybe, video games actually happened. I thought it could be plausible, because I like imagining anything's possible.
Yes, of course,
and
of
all
course,
this flurry, she tells
now
me
it
that
makes
she
sense.
thinks in a past life,
And in another universe, Mr. Krabs really did overdose on ketamine and die.
You're both country grown, you both have that instinct of dragging off friends who could be left behind. You'd take a bullet for someone, right? You say you don't believe in magic or any of that, and he wanted to be a mercenary. For all of his 5 or 6 lines, you have a similar speech pattern. You even live in a basement like he was locked in one, and you hate it. Addle your brain with freshman idiocy and vodka, and this will suddenly make sense. Sure, maybe I'm not him now, I said, but it was possible.
There's a lot of good scientific points being made, at least.
College, Pennsylvania,
metaphysical,
that winter to stay
quantum
at their
even.
apartment a week before Christmas. He was met at the bus stop by Hojo, wearing a lab coat, who escorted him back to where they were living. Quote, "When we arrived at the apartment, Jen, who insisted I call her Genova and would often refer to herself as Jenny Nova, came storming up to Hojo and I, screaming in Hojo's face. I have no idea what it was about. She was wearing a purple skirt pulled up around her breasts. It looked like she had just got out of bed, and I was, to say the very least, intimidated. About 3 seconds later, she whirled around.
God,
in a
I
quick
hope there's a
change.
picture
Suddenly,
of
the
her.
nicest person ever. Whatever she was mad about was out the window. About this time, I started to realize, though, Jen wasn't role-playing.
I
when
want to
she
see
talked
the
about
cult
her children and other
leader.
selves. Jen is what the internet calls a soul bonder, or in other words, batshit loony. She believes she has a lot of people living in her head talking, and when she wants to take on a personality that best fits a situation for her personal gain, she acts one out. I.e., if she wanted to get sympathy, she would raise the pitch of her voice and pretend to be an innocent child. Unquote. Despite these occurrences, the writer's overall experience was positive, and he would frequently return for visits, each time paying $300 for a bus ticket.
Ooh.
With every visit, he would meet someone new, many of them soul bonders themselves. Jen would frequently ask for money to buy food, and the writer would relent, feeling a sense of obligation. She would also attempt to help the writer and others grow more attached to whatever Final Fantasy character she had assigned to them. This was achieved through various means, including pantomimed magical battles and a past life regression involving laying on the floor and listening to music from the game.
Yes.
In one instance, on a trip to the
That'll
college,
take you
she
in it.
and Hojo locked the writer in a soundproof room past the point of panic to help him, quote, remember being Zack. Another time, when meeting someone soul-bonded to the character Eris, Jen attempted to coax them.
Yeah, just lie. Just say, "Oh, now I remember."
To this end, she announced that she was going
Just start
to lace
reading
their
like a
food
fucking
with aphrodisiacs,
Wikipedia page on
but whether
Zack.
she actually did so or not, her demands were not realized. As strange as these instances were, however, they were not enough to dissuade the writer when Jen and Hojo proposed that he move in with them. The writer moved into the State College apartment in the summer of 2003 with plans to only stay for the season. Within 3 days, he found a part-time job at a supermarket to help pay for food and rent, and he quit drinking as well.
Nice.
His experience quickly degraded. Quote, I can't even say what came first, chicken or egg, but let's just say that after 1 week, I was getting sick of it. I was the workhorse. I guess because I was Zack, I was therefore the manly man, as opposed to Jen the Cetra Queen or Hojo the frail scientist. Jen quit her babysitting job and refused to look for another one. I was the one who had to carry groceries to and from the house, the one who made the money to feed everyone,
not seen that one,
the
no.
one who had to fix or move furniture when it needed to be fixed or moved. My computer could rarely get online because Jen was on almost 24/7. The rest of the time she would watch me as I typed, so I could never make a journal entry that read something along the lines of, Jen is abusing me, help me God, I'm tired and I want out of here. Unquote. Jen's pattern of surveillance worsened quickly. She would always be listening in on calls, reading his online interactions, and demanding to know wherever he was going to keep track of him. She would frequently wake him up in the middle of the night for sundry magical errands, depriving him of sleep. She demanded he spend
That's
his
so
meager
sweet,
paycheck
though.
on $10
Quick!
steaks for dinner.
Get
which
up,
made
Zack!
him sick. And
There's
when those
demons
were
and
the
ghosts
last
afoot.
one
Get
night,
your wand.
She and Hojo had him ask for unsold food at the supermarket. Nobody in the apartment would take out the garbage or clean besides the writer, who only washed the dishes. And so the stink festered in the apartment in the hot
Big
Pennsylvania
stink.
summer.
Big
Jen
stink.
only wore a single dress and refused to bathe, opting instead to use scented oil. The writer described the smell in the apartment as rotting flesh and a miasma of filth with Sparkle Sunshine Fairy artificial sugar scent sprayed over it. What's more, Jen and Hojo would beat each other loudly and with increasing frequency behind their bedroom door as the summer continued, each time followed by noisy sex. This pattern of starvation, sleep deprivation, surveillance, and social isolation eroded the writer's will, and he began supporting them blindly. For example, while the writer was staying there, Eris grew tired of Jen, and the two had a falling out. The writer described the aftermath. Quote, apparently Eris called one evening when Hojo and I were at the used bookstore, stealing books, yes, that poor, and said she wanted some of her things back that she had left at the apartment. Jen exploded. She called Hojo's cell phone in tears, screaming she was going to kill herself. I believed it. Hojo called Sid and demanded he go over. Hojo called Eris and screamed at her. I told her off too. We rented a taxi with money we didn't have and raced home. Jen, who had been screaming she had slit her wrists, was sitting in the middle of the floor. Sid was draping damp cloths on her wrists. I woke up for a second and knew this was bullshit. I had a problem with self-injury, so I knew very well the sight of a deep cut and the sight of a light cut. I know well knife
Oh, this
wounds.
man went full
Jen has
Sherlock
scratched herself
Holmes, just
horizontally on the
deducing
wrists.
everything.
Maybe it had been with a safety pin or a butter knife.
Can't be deep.
It was not any kind of
2-inch
suicide
blade.
attempt. At the
Wouldn't
most,
be
it
that
would
light.
sting. But I was still mad at Eris because I was supposed to be. I wrote her nasty emails, I joined them in bashing her, I ignored her when she came to pick up her stuff, even though she obviously wanted to still be friends with me. I regret that now because we never reconciled then. Maybe if I had got a clue and tried to get out with her, things would have turned out different." Unquote. Soon he was left with no money to leave and no confidence to ask for help. Even when he attempted to talk to his father at a payphone, Jen would go hunting for him. Then, when the filth in the apartment grew unbearable, Jen and Hojo asked their landlord if they could move to a smaller, single-room apartment, further increasing their proximity. The writer was the one to move the boxes. Soon after the move, the supermarket cut the writer's job to 1 hour a week. But even so, Hojo took all of them out to buy new things for the apartment, implying that she had been hiding money away in order to make the writer pay for things. Here, as they did many other times, they fought publicly. However, there was one person from the circle of friends in town who had consistently helped to stabilize the writer's mental state. A person who went by Sid, also a name from Final Fantasy, though the author describes him as having, quote, 1 foot in reality. He wrote, "Sid occasionally would come over. When he did, I was glad because it was someone else. But he was and still does have his dickish moments. Jen would make these the be-all end-all and Renee would back her up. I began to think he was like that all the time and didn't want to hang out with him when he was gone. Once he came back, they had to restart the process of brainwashing me all over again."
Oh no.
Unquote. It was after one of
Just
these
pretend
visits that the writer finally gathered the will to leave. Inspired after someone had stolen his shoes, he left everything behind in the apartment and walked the streets barefoot. By the end, he had spent a total of 2 months living with Jen and Hojo.
Best 2 months of your life, huh,
For a
Zach?
few days,
Fuck yeah.
Sid helped him gather his things and return to his mother's home in Brooklyn. Besides his own account, the writer spoke of a few others involved with Jen specifically. One account was about someone he referred to as Captain McCool, a sensitive person with whom they sought to fill the vacant spot.
My favorite
that the
Final
writer
Fantasy
had
character,
left.
a big soul
When they asked
bonder,
him
of
to
course,
move
Captain
in with them,
McCool.
he was too nervous to turn them down directly, and so he claimed that he had been assaulted to avoid it. When they discovered his lie, they, quote, had him stuck in a chair and forced him to watch while they raped each other.
That is
Another
Captain
person, he
not
referred to
cool
as
at
Bean,
all,
would
actually.
sell her blood to help
Jesus.
fund Jen's lifestyle. At the time he was writing the LiveJournal post, she was still living with them, but stayed in the attic and was forced to remain as quiet as possible. The writer expected some people in the Final Fantasy community to see this, but he couldn't expect the sort of attention it would receive.
Thanks to Tier 1 Gonzo and the resub Larry.
Word spread quickly about the LiveJournal post, and many fans of Final Fantasy, as well as Soul Bonders, commented that they had heard some details about Jen and the group in State College, but hadn't known the extent of their behavior. Others who already knew her found these claims unsurprising. Beyond
Really,
the community,
Davey? They don't
however,
look like
this story
like,
gained interest on
Charles
forums,
Manson or anything?
including 4chan, who treated it with disgust and fascination. It was soon adopted into general knowledge as a way to reference poor living conditions and soul bonders, a subsection of a group known as Otherkin. It was here that the infamous story earned its generally recognized name and misnomer, the Final Fantasy VII House, or often just the Final Fantasy House. Though the rest of the internet would sometimes question its veracity, the writer's account seemed generally accepted within the Final Fantasy community. He began to receive testimony from other people affected by the group, many of them people he had met during his time at the apartment.
Also, for what
To
it's
share
worth,
their
since maybe
correspondences,
people didn't
he
see that,
created a
apparently the
where
website that he set up
cataloged
that
the
we already
accounts
learned
of
about
those who approached
has
him
pics of all
alongside
this
his
shit.
own. Due to
I
the
see people in
limited
chat saying it's
archival
fake.
information available, it's difficult to say the rate at which he updated the site with new accounts, but it appears he was receiving them as late as 2006, with each person represented by a pseudonym. Some of these accounts were from people mentioned in the original LiveJournal post, and they helped elucidate the practices of the group and enunciate Jen's and Hojo's behaviors. These accounts suggest an air of amateurishness yet charisma to everything Jen did. For example, one account from someone going by Zarla wrote, quote, "There were also tarot card readings and such while we were there. Jen had the same tarot deck I had as a kid, the Tarot of the Cat People, and she told my fortune using the exact same method outlined in the little booklet that came with the cards. I can't remember anything really specific about the readings, except there was always mention of something coming after me or something, thus the coughing. If I remember right, later we were playing with a Ouija board and that something or someone was again trying to contact us.
Zozo is
These
the
accounts would also
demon of the Ouija
unanimously
boards.
support the
Probably what it
assertions
was.
about Jen from the original writer. One of the oddest entries, however, was an open letter prefaced by the LiveJournal writer. Quote, "The following was taken from the Wayback Machine. It is posted without consent of the original
Dolphin,
author, and I want to make that
Shukasei,
damn
Penguin
clear.
Trading, and the
She
Prime
has
Cat
nothing
P.
to do with it being here, so don't involve her. It is being
Thanks,
backed up
Tyrant.
here
Hard to
due to
explain.
the fact that it contains some current information that I felt should be edited out, like names or references to other people uninvolved. As far as I know, the original author is now happily farming turkeys in Idaho. Don't hassle her." This was written in 2003. The article itself is apparently written by another active member of the soul bonding community.
How
though
big
clearly
was
no
soul
longer
bonding?
associated
Goddamn.
with Jen under the pseudonym Candy Wrapper. The introduction to the letter reads, "Genova,
Sleep well,
when I
underdog.
became your apprentice, you told me to shut up and not argue with you. Apparently, a sorceress is supposed to be a creature who blindly accepts the opinions of the authorities, even when she firmly believes that they are wrong. From this, I learned that when Jen says something I disagree with, I need to nod and make agreeing sounds anyway. Otherwise, we would have to fight every 2 minutes, and quite frankly, saying what I thought wasn't worth the hassle. I am not, however, your apprentice anymore, and I am free to say what I think. And I will, because it's a relief to say it, even if you aren't reading this. I do not actually
Say it to
give
her
crap
face, don't be a
whether you read it
coward,
or
and
not.
then spit
It
on
will
her.
hurt your feelings, and you will care that it happened,
you, Jin.
and I don't. You have been warned. The letter is structured as a list, and the first item reveals the name of Jen. You do not look like any Final Fantasy characters. You look like Jennifer Cornett. End of story.
Voldemort's name!
She shared some of her thoughts on Hojo
dropped her
and
real
relationship
name!
with Jen. If Renee does not go to class and do her homework, it will be difficult for her to pass those classes. Then she is no
There's the
closer
resub
to
autumn.
graduating. Until she graduates, it will be hard for her to get a job that makes more money than she gets now. This is called capitalism, and it's a bitch. No one likes it, but no one has come up with anything that works any better. Renee always has to call off work or skip class to give you attention. She does this because she loves you. Love makes people do irrational and reckless things. This is one of them. That does not make it a good idea. You are wrecking Renee's life. It is wrong to do so, even if you have her
No, this is
permission.
people that
A few
believed
other
that they
choice
were
lines read,
soul
"You have
bonded
no
to Final
money
Fantasy
because you keep
characters and moved
spending
into
it
a
on
house
things
together
you
and
want.
abused each other and
Anything
shit
you
everywhere."
want is not automatically a magical item. There may be potential magic in everything, but then there's magic in things you don't bother to look at, things you can have for free. If something is a magical item, that doesn't mean you must own it. It would be nice if you could.
Well, let's
but
go
you
ahead and back
can't
up. There's no
always
such
do
thing as a
so.
magical
I
item.
had money because I rarely bought
Let's
anything for myself.
establish
Whenever
that.
I got some money,
At least
I
I've
would
never
save
seen
it.
one.
I am not a money generator, and
But then again, I've
neither
never
are
held,
my
like, some
parents.
crazy
If you want
crystals,
to
of
have
course.
money,
Or
you
gold,
need to
for
not
that
spend
matter.
it. I now do not have money because I spent it on you. Poof, all gone. You still wanted more, but I didn't have any more to give you. I have been using crystals since I was 10 years old. You are wrong when you start with that "you won't use them properly" shit, because I've been using crystals since elementary school. You
Okay.
taught me no magic. The only thing I actually learned from you was to beware of people like you. But among these accounts, there was one that stood out from the others, and if it's to be believed, it showed just how far
No, probably
the
not crystal
manipulation
meth.
of
Probably
Jen's
energy
entourage
crystals, of
could
course.
go.
Shungite, stuff like that. But this was before 5G, so Shungite probably wasn't very popular, and that's more of a rock.
In November of 2005, the LiveJournal writer entered email correspondence with a woman who went by Mela. Mela had apparently known and bonded with Jen in a Utah boarding school, and rediscovered her online through an open letter. Though the quote in the email isn't quite the same, it's highly likely that the letter Mela discovered was the list written by Candy Wrapper. Hoping to reconnect, Mela asked the author of the letter for Jen's information, and sometime after, she visited Jen's residence for 2 weeks. Here, she claims Jen was able to convince her to spend $2,000 on various objects and food by asking only for small amounts at a time. Sometime afterward, likely in 2005, Mela made the decision to begin living with them. Quote, "I moved in with $17,000 in my bank account, and soon Jen had drained all of that on necessities, all for the house, many of which went into Jen's room and never came out. Soon, I received a check from the investment
I don't know what that
company
means,
for
expunged.
$80,000, and Jen's spending began again in earnest. I tried to get her to stop spending money on frivolous things, but every time I said no or told her she should spend her own money buying things for herself, she threw a fit. All this time, she was telling me how important I was to her special plan, how the world needed us to stick together so we could conquer evil, etc. I wanted desperately
And I think they
to
could
feel
have,
special.
too.
I was scared and alone.
I really think they had a chance.
Her. She knew a few magic
The world
tricks,
could be
was
saved
very
right
good
now.
at reading people, and
If
could
only
give
their house didn't
relatively
split
accurate
apart.
tarot readings. I fell for her lies, hook, line, and sinker. Unquote. After she moved in,
Thanks,
it was
Research Trench.
clear that Hojo's relationship with Jen had deteriorated, and she had been supplanted by a new person named Angel, whom Mela claimed was remarkably violent. Jen was now sleeping exclusively with Angel, though sometimes Hojo would sleep with Angel as well. Hojo was forced to stay extremely silent during the day or risk being berated by Jen. This information strongly suggests that Hojo was the one who was selling blood to fund Jen. Their hygiene was also still abysmal.
Thanks to the Risa
Quote,
Muzark and Meredith.
Oh, how Jen smelled. Angel was much worse, though. I don't think that girl ever bathed. They just kept adding perfume. And Jen's purple skirt/dress stinked to high heaven. That was until I made her other clothes to wear. Jen, during this time, was apparently made aware of the LiveJournal writer's website as well. At some point, it appears that they moved somewhere new, and it was here that she claimed she was beaten on multiple occasions. Once, during a dispute, one of them grabbed onto Mela's hair and started slamming her head into the floor while Jen and Angel beat her with their fists, then sat on her and attempted to choke her. Finally, she passed out from the head trauma. Jen would later convince her that she had attacked Jen first, then blacked out. Eventually, Mela would tolerate no more, and she kicked them out. Much like their apartment, the house was left a mess, which
Holy
Mela
fuck.
documented with photographs. They also had stolen numerous objects upon their departure, including
Pretty
board
empty.
games, fabric, and a set of corsets, though her demand for back payments of rent, quote, in excess of $10K, is suspiciously inexact.
It's not that
While this
bad
account
compared
is
to like half the
consistent
shit
with
I
other
see
reports of the
gamers
group's
post on
behavior,
Twitter.
there was no method by which anyone could verify the veracity of any of them, instead leaving only the word of the writers. Alongside this, the author would finally reveal the faces of Jen and Hojo. In the frequently asked questions section, he wrote, "Is this photo Vincent/Jen/Hojo?" 90% of the time, no. This was Jen in 1999. She got fatter and dirtier. This was Renee in 2000. She
What?
looks the same. In response to
Neither
this
one of them's,
attention,
like, obese
Jen
or
and
anything.
Hojo began to frantically
Sounds like they were
delete
mad.
most traces of themselves
They don't look like
online,
cult people
and
at
even with
all,
their
though.
names publicly available, nobody could find them. After this, the attention on these stories began to wane. But only a few years after the accounts were posted, the Final Fantasy house would return in a way that nobody expected and, at first, seemed entirely unrelated.
That's like one of the few cult leaders that I would never expect to be one. Half the time, they
On July
like cult
15th,
leaders look like
2008,
fucking cult
a
leaders.
LiveJournal user by the name of Dragon Tiger Claw wrote a post entitled "Insane Housemate Part 1" and published it on Housemate Horror, an open, moderated page where people could share their stories of bad roommates. The opening reads, quote, "I used to live in an awesome situation in SoCal until the housemate from hell moved in. Fortunately, she has left, but the bitterness remains
Man,
on
you
my
guys remember
tongue.
when people used
It
to
is
make
a
fucking
saga that
blog
can
posts
only be
about
told
everything,
in
live
pieces.
journals and all that
Please bear
shit?
with me. In the cut, you
Jesus
will find
Christ.
part 1 of the saga
We have truly
involving
evolved.
the girl who believed she was a video game character." Unquote. Soon, the author would name himself as Pete. The tale was structured in irregularly sized sections, with many of them ending on cliffhangers. He
I'm so
explained
glad
that
it's
he was
just tweeting
living
now.
with 5 other
Twitter's a
people in
fucking
4-story
cesspool, but at least
house.
it's not reading
He claimed that
thousands
the
of
rent was
fucking blogs and
preposterously
journals.
low $500
They have to cut
a
it down
month,
to a
and
certain
that the
amount of words
landlord,
most of the
Matt,
time.
kept it that way because his chief concern was that he wanted company in the house he had inherited. However, his standards for roommates were high. They all had to have stable income and employment and be at least 25 years old. The woman who was chosen after their screening process was kept anonymous by Dragon Tiger Claw and was given the placeholder name Sarah, who moved in without much trouble. She claimed to be a 27-year-old
Thanks, Resub, AJ.
computer programmer who already had a job in the area, but when she went back to work after the move, she returned saying she was laid off. When others offered to help her find new work, she consistently delayed accepting it, which made them suspicious. But much more striking was her connection to a particular game. Quote, In the 3 weeks that followed, Sarah was still unemployed. She spent all her time playing video games in the family room. She would play the same game over and over, some crappy-looking RPG from the 90s. It had an unpronounceable name. but
Unpronounceable,
Sarah said
such
she
as
was
Final
bonded to the
Fantasy.
game. She also told us that she changed her name to be that of one of the game characters. Upon further discussion, she explained that she believed she
Thanks
was
to
the
Prime
human
Donut.
incarnation of this character. and that
Oh,
they
this is
shared
the
a
other
soul,
girl. You're right.
unquote.
Yeah, this is the
Pete
other girl. I
refused
forgot.
to reveal
forgot.
what character she was claiming
I forgot,
to be,
yes.
however, since it would be
Suikoden.
identifying
Yep, I can't
information.
even pronounce it.
This
This guy's
game
right.
would, in the second update, be revealed to be the Japanese RPG Suikoden, released
Suikoden.
in 1995. Soon afterwards, a friend of hers came to visit the house. She also believed herself bonded to a Suikoden character, specifically Sasarai, but since Pete could neither spell nor pronounce it, he simply called her something. After spending a week together playing video games, they picketed a barbecue that the rest of the housemates were having. Though they had been
Sarah
given
and
vegetarian options
something.
to join, they refused on moral
Wow.
grounds, denouncing them for eating meat. After they were aggressively told off, they were asked for a house meeting, which took place in March, to discuss whether or not Sarah would be allowed to stay. Sarah attempted to explain herself. Quote, Sarah lifted her head and started to talk. She started with, I am sorry, but you have to understand where I am coming from. She also said, lots of people
She pulled a
can't
Rick and Morty.
understand me because I have such a high intellect, it is beyond their grasp. Excuse us for being sane, bitch.
That intellect is too
They
high!
eventually learned that she had used friends' help to get past the screening process. She had never had a job in California, was from the East Coast, and used a friend's address to get a California driver's
There's Reese's
license
Garfield.
while another posed as her boss. Matt allowed her to stay until May 1st, since she had already paid for April. Sarah, however, wasn't willing to leave so easily. By this point, numerous readers had become enraptured, begging for updates to what they had come to call the Sarah Saga, and many returned daily in hopes that a new part would be posted by Pete. In response to the pressure from Matt and the rest of the house, Sarah isolated herself in her room, with Sasarai acting as a go-between. She would only leave it in Sasarai's company. However, this didn't last
He's a tier
long,
one
as Matt was
slupsy.
able to pull a favor from a psychologist friend to get her treatment for free, and he managed to convince Sarah to attend. Soon, she was on medication, and was interacting with the others on a more
Thanks for the
normal
5 gift
basis.
subs, Witcher.
It was
Appreciate
during
it.
this
Thanks for the
time
resub
that they
raiser.
discovered Sarah's
Thank you,
true
Witcher.
form of income. Quote, she said, plain as can be, I have people offer me donations on my blog so I can spread the news of my religion. Her religion being that she is actually a male video game character from a game that came out in the 90s. What? So there are some morons out there who are giving money to Sarah so she can pretend to be a video game character and
Yeah!
teach others how to do this.
That's so weird!
Something said,
It's almost
"We
as
give her
weird
things
as giving
because she has
people
helped us
money
find
for
our true
sleeping
self."
on stream.
So you don't
What?
work either, Tim asked.
That's
I could tell he
insanity.
was ready to explode. No, I get government benefits in the UK. Why? Because I don't like to work. Soon after this, Sarah's boyfriend
Exit tier 1
convinced her
honey
to
pie
abandon
and
her
resub honey
medication,
bean
and the
and
results
Admiral
were
sandwich.
violent. After one of the ruder housemates demanded she start taking the pills again, she began smashing fragile objects, including a window. She would continue to take her pills irregularly, but by this point, interaction between her and the rest of the house fell to a minimum. By the time May 1st came, there was
Next to
no
tier
sign
1
of her
GG.
moving out, and when Matt attempted to evict her, Sarah called the Department of Fair Employment and Housing, claiming
Ooh, that's a
discrimination
very
against
powerful
her religion
department.
and her disabilities. While the state didn't follow through on these threats, they did discover that Matt had never filed the correct paperwork to house tenants, and Matt couldn't evict her until the proper paperwork
shit.
was filed. But the strangest event would happen that summer. In July, Sarah gathered 12 members of her soul bonding group at the house to perform a ritual, threatening Matt that
Oh,
she
God.
would file a discrimination suit against him if he wouldn't let them stay. Though
Oh
Matt
boy, we got a
acquiesced, he
spider.
only allowed
Hold on. No, it's not a spider. That is... I don't know. That thing's fucking big, though. Oh, fuck. Son of a bitch. It's next to the ceiling there. I don't think I can reach that. I can throw like a Yu-Gi-Oh box at it. So, what the fuck? I haven't had like a bug sighting inside in all year. Here's the tier 1 rat dot and the tier 1 cum stain on a shirt. I'm gonna try. stupid fucking idea. Oh, Jesus Christ! I'm moving my chair. Fool me twice. Shame on me. Got it. Nope. Jesus, this thing's like made out of steel. Alright, I think that one got it. Yeah. I think that's good. I can't tell. I don't know here. Well, you're not gonna be able to see that on stream anyway. I think that did it. Thanks for the 5 gift subs, Kane. And the Prime Dooley. I don't know, it's just a big fucking bug that just crawled up there. I can't tell what it is or what it was, but yeah, I don't know. Shit was huge. Thanks for the bits, Charlie's free Prime. I'm gonna wash my hands. I feel yucky now. Give me 1 second. Alright, I'm back, team. Fuck yeah.
Allowed them to stay until 10 o'clock that night. One roommate demanded that the soul bonders be ejected, but Matt wanted to gawk at their ritual, and so they stood in the kitchen and ate pizza while watching them. Pete describes the ritual. Quote, Sarah came downstairs, dressed in a white dress. She kept glancing at us. Something stood between her and us so she couldn't see us, I guess, and she began talking. She talked about how this was Betty's awakening, and how Betty was now going to finally realize her potential by harnessing the soul of a video game
By
character.
assault gun? That's a pretty good idea.
I started cracking up. The rest of the housemates started cracking up. This was better than any kind of TV you can imagine. See if you can picture all of these nutjobs kneeling around the altar as the video game played its music in the background. Sarah stood over them, preaching this religion, and the right bishop something would occasionally interject something
Thanks to the tier 3 your world.
Position. Sarah was really
tier
getting
1
upset,
your world,
so
sorry.
more of her friends made the human wall. We could still hear all the stupid, even after they turned up the volume on that video game. At this point, Matt threatened to call the police since it was nearly 10 o'clock, but when one of the members of Sarah's group threw a punch, the threat was carried out, and the group was forced from the premises.
Yeah, I'm sure that was a very strong punch. This man's soul bonding to a fucking
After this point, other members of the house would
JRPG
share some
character.
of
I'm
their
sure he's throwing
experiences, but as they
fucking wood.
did, readers grew more suspicious. Before this, many people had been doubting the veracity of the claims made by Pete,
Thanks,
but when
Resub
the
Dane.
other housemates began to write in a similar fashion to him, it made them even more dubious. These disagreements eventually spiraled into arguments whose full scope was not archived before being deleted, but they were apparently severe enough for the moderator of Housemate Horror to write a post regarding them. Also in this post was a surprising and unexpected piece of information. Quote, Tim, Pete, and Carrie, aka the people posting from the account Dragon Tiger Claw about the Sarah saga, may be, as they say they are, different housemates of Sarah. Or they may be the one person doing a little creative writing experiment. Basically, I don't give a crap. The posts have been amusing and entertaining, and anyone who doesn't think so is not being forced to read them, so please do not complain. Farther down, the mod continues. It has been brought to my attention that a post was made by someone who was claiming to know Sarah, and that the posts made by DTC were false and harassing blah blah wah blah. This same person, Jay Eckhart, sent me an email before they made that post, requesting IP address information on the poster of the Sarah stories in order to catch the culprit making these false and harassing posts.
The Prime
I declined, as I do not think giving out personal/identifying information such as IP addresses on members of my community without their permission is really a good thing to do you? Also, I have no proof that this person is really representing Sarah or that the posts made about her are false. I have no proof that they are true either, but until I get proof either way, I think the best thing is to not take any drastic actions. They requested I not tell DTC about them contacting me, and I intended not to, simply because it was the most neutral action to take, but then they made that post and made their intentions public. So I feel fine with telling you all, including DTC, about the email now. But meanwhile, elsewhere on the internet, other people were having their own discussion about the Sarah saga, and they would quickly discover much more than they first expected.
More poop and pee-pee in the house, huh?
On August 19th, 2008, a member of the Something Awful forums named Jabberwock posted a thread
Something
entitled,
Awful, baby!
"You thought furries were bad," which linked to the 11 parts of the Sarah saga that had been posted so far. The responses seemed mostly to reflect amusement, though quite a number of forum members echoed the doubt displayed in the comments of the posts themselves. One user, however, who went by Jägerhunde, had a different response.
Tier 1 Hisoka.
Quote, "I haven't read through the journals, I only started the first, but I swear this could be about a girl I knew and even once dated in that really vague, sad high school nerd way. She claimed that she was soul bonded to the Eris character from Final Fantasy VII, that her girlfriend was soul bonded to Sephiroth, and she swore at one point with perfect seriousness that she was carrying Sephiroth's spirit child."
Hold on. This thing is an actual fucking tank. Okay. That was a little aggressive. Okay. I did get it at least, but at what cost? It doesn't matter. It's fine.
Apparently, she'd conducted an elaborate fantasy life with these characters in her head, and had written pages upon pages of god-awful fanfiction about it. So far as I know, she grew out of it eventually.
The wall's
when
fine.
I say eventually, I mean like late 20s.
What are you?
Even when I knew her at 16, this kind of
the wall integrity inspector? It's fucking fine.
The fuck away. Oh yeah, the girl in question also changed her name to some bullshit nerd fantasy name she made up, and absolutely refused to ever be addressed by her birth name. After reading through the rest of the entries, Jägerhunde returned the next day with a new post that took the other readers aback. Pretty sure I've got this all sewn up, goons. Allow me to introduce you to Catherine Rain.
So she was the one getting the donations
Jägerhunde had been in a small writing club in high school with Catherine, and still knew her Flickr account, her DeviantArt account, and her LiveJournal account. They also discovered the Flickr account of someone cosplaying as Sasarai, who had numerous pictures of both herself and Catherine. One of these images credited her as Catherine Silverberg.
Damn, this guy fucking blew the case wide open.
Family of characters from Suikoden, known for their tactical prowess in war. Other photographs had Catherine in a white dress, something that Sarah had worn in the Sarah saga. But the most telling piece of evidence Jägerhunde discovered was legal paperwork of her name change. By searching for her name in the county archives, he was able to discover her court schedule for when she legally changed her name. Though the accounts of Pete and his housemates were still doubted, the identity of Sarah seemed almost certain. They also were able to track down the website that this soul bonding community was using to proselytize curious internet users. Another person rediscovered the pamphlets that they would hand out at conventions. Part of it reads, "The runes are devoted to preserving the natural order of life. While it can't be denied that their bearers have often experienced great hardship as a result of bearing
I'm
the
convinced.
runes, we know that this is due to inexperienced bearers with no magical training, suddenly and unexpectedly receiving the runes' gifts. With no knowledge of how to live in harmony with these powerful entities, they can't control the vast forces raging in turmoil inside themselves. But if people were taught to listen to and understand the runes, we could have the healthy, positive relationships with them that we were always meant to have."
Agreed.
The end of the pamphlet encourages readers to
If
contact
only.
Bishop Sasserai. After looking through the information on the Final Fantasy House, Jägerhunde made another assertion, that Catherine had also been deeply involved with Jen and Hojo. He believed that she was in fact both Candy Wrapper, the person who had written the list on the website, as well as Eris, the apprentice that Jen had
Whoa,
lost.
shit!
Catherine had also been attending the
What the
University of
fuck?
Delaware during the events of the Final Fantasy House, only a 2-hour drive from State College. It appeared that, after these two distanced themselves from one another, Catherine began her own soul bonding community based on the Suikoden games, gathering followers over the years.
Exit
Though
tier
the
1
evidence
stinky
linking
pinky.
the two was circumstantial, the specificity
I am
of
excited
it
to,
left
Bachelor.
little doubt, and this revived interest in the Final Fantasy House enough that new people were again discovering it. On August 22nd, just 2 days after Jägerhunde had posted about Catherine, he made another post saying, quote, "Took a day off, everyone. I don't really have anything more to add, except to mention to everyone that I've become aware that our protagonist is now aware of this thread. Say hi, everyone." Gleefully, the rest of the forum members began to post messages to Catherine, mocking and teasing her, claiming to be soul-bonded to any number of characters or objects. That same day,
Nice resub for
however,
fire.
an update was posted to the Final Fantasy House website. Quote, "I updated some stuff to make it slightly more legible. Evidently, housemate Horror's Sarah is not Rain Crystal. This comes to me via the writer of the Sarah
Oh,
saga.
whoa.
If you think he's lying or that I'm lying, that is your own business, but that is what he told me. Rain Crystal's behavior, soul bond nuttiness, getting money for it, etc., is similar enough to Sarah that she is harassing the writer to stop posting his lies about her. As such, I still think she's worth warning people about. I am sorry, but based on my experiences and the experiences of others, soul bonders are dangerous freakos." Unquote. The next day,
Exit tier 1
Jägerhunde had a
Supreme
strongly
Vasquez.
worded reply. Quote, "This is actually a goddamn lie. Greta is a litigious-loving nut, and it sounds to me like housemate Horror Dude is doing damage control. I don't blame the Final Fantasy VII House author, since he's probably taking it simply on faith that our housemate Horror author is telling the truth.
This is
But
getting
you know,
crazy!
Anyone who's read
What
this
the
far
fuck?
through the thread should see through this pathetic obfuscation pretty easily."
Yes, elementary,
In
my
response to
dear.
one person asking for clarification,
Final
Jägerhunde
Fantasy
replied, "It
bonding
would be
souls.
irresponsible for me to say
people.
that Greta and her friends have their collective panties in a wad about the housemate horror thing and have been pressuring the author to recant, so I won't. I'd like to add that it's possible that the housemate horror author is a very elaborate troll, but even if he is, this is clearly someone who knows Greta, if it's her, of course, and while I'm willing to entertain the idea that some of the particulars might be fabricated, the fact that anybody, you know, like maybe Greta, has possibly gotten so defensive about a series of stories, which even use false names, says much about that person."
Thanks to the anonymous 3
Unquote.
gift subs.
Finally,
Appreciate
on
it.
August 24th, in mid-afternoon, all parts of the story were removed from the housemate horror blog. However, working from Google Cache, the members of the forum were able to piece together all of the parts that had been written by Dragon Tiger Claw and archive it on the forum, though it also had been saved on the Wayback Machine. That same day, the original Final Fantasy House author posted an update to his website. Quote, "Well, what do you know? When something awful found Catherine Rain, things really heated up. The original writer of the Sarah saga got regular harassment until he took the story down. Considering the mind-numbing level of consistent details between Catherine's data and the
Exit
data
tier
on
1
Sarah,
ban.
I'm going to agree with the goons. The OP was just doing damage control. It's obviously her. The current theory is, in one last-ditch effort to avoid more court battles with her, he deleted all the posts. Well, Greta, you stepped in it. You took away my train wreck that I was reading to defend your crazy cult. If he was writing fiction or not, you took away the fun. Thanks to something awful, we'll have lots of nice photos and links all here about you in just a little while."
Damn, Zach!
This last update remains on the website to this day, and a link to the Sarah Saga thread on Something Awful is provided farther down the page. Now, the Final Fantasy House's website and the Sarah saga
Thanks to
remain
Tier 1
as a
Robin
warning about
Sedona and the
fandoms
Prime
taken to their
Xantrify.
extreme, but they also serve as an example of how the online space collapses the distances between people, so that even old friends with no more existing ties can discover or stumble across one another with wildly unpredictable effects.
God damn. There was so much to this fucking story. Holy shit. I got so sad. What happened to Jen? Where did she go? Do we know? Jin soul bonded me. Oh. So that's where she went. Thanks to the resub, Sleegox. Pretty sure Jin is Sarah. No. That is incorrect. Zach provided information on Jin. Sarah was the one that moved in, later moved out and started her own soul bonding cult. So it is not the same person. Damn, man, that was nuts. Jin moved to the Hannibal fandom, reappeared in 2020, but disappeared again. That's sweet, Fidelity, but really don't worry about it all, man. Just give it to the streamers you wanted to. Don't worry about it, man. And that's very sweet. Let me see. I'm gonna look it up. Final Fantasy Jin 2020. Nah. That didn't work. What does she go by? Like, how would I even find info on her? Oh, probably just looking up her name. I think she'd be in her 40s about now, wouldn't she? The official subreddit for decoding Jin. Someone made an entire subreddit for it. New podcast interview with Zach, whistleblower and survivor of the Final Fantasy house. Wow. Is this site still up? Yeah, but it's mainly just in the same state it was in that video. Thanks to the resub pasta. Well, yeah, Zach was abused at that house with Jin. This is crazy. Oh, she goes by something different now. Freddie Lunds? Holy shit, there's a whole website for this. This is so fucking deep. Oh my god, okay, Christ. Thanks to the gift sub Rob and resub Great McChicken. And the bits mighty. Yeah. I wouldn't even know where to begin with the summary on this. This was just so wild. Alright, I'm gonna call it a night though. Thanks everyone for tuning in. To everyone who donated, big thank you. New subs, welcome aboard. Sub means a lot to me, so thank you for subbing. I hope you all have a wonderful evening, and I really appreciate the generosity. I'm gonna toss you to... I think tonight we'll do Dankin. He's doing Apex. So I'll just throw you over there for tonight. Thanks again everyone, and have a wonderful evening. And thanks for the long time of watching, EWJ. I'm wishing you the best. I hope everything's alright. Take it easy, everyone. I'm not sending you to Ludwig. That man is being tortured Ludwig is literally a victim of success right now. He will be streaming for the rest of his fucking life without break. Have a good night, everyone, and thanks again. See ya.